This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good early Sunday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, coming on the air because we have a lot of severe action toward the west, and some of that has started to enter into our viewing area. I know we had that radar stream going for a while, and you saw that first warning issued toward Quitman County. We made sure to highlight that on that stream there before we set that one off, so we could come on now for the extended coverage in front of the weather wall. And you can see here we now have a second severe thunderstorm warning popping up as these storms have a history of producing widespread wind damage off toward the west, off toward the north here. So we really need to be cautious. We really need to be careful. We really need to be treating these almost as if these are, in some cases, winds that could be, similar to that of a weak tornado. So you really need to be taking precaution here this morning. You see the tornado watch in the broad yellow. That is in effect here until about 10 a.m. in our area. But you see these yellow boxes, that's severe thunderstorm warnings that are in play. So let's go ahead and jump on up toward the northwestern parts of our area. You see that first warning that was issued, including the Cuthbert area. That severe thunderstorm warning, it's in effect there. It's in effect until about 6:15, including part of Clay County in Georgia, not Clay County, Florida, but Clay County in Georgia. Also talking about Randolph County and Quitman County, of course, there as we're looking at things. So severe thunderstorm warning put about 6:15 as we're looking toward that northwestern portion of the viewing area here, and we're really, concerned about some of those spots. But then the newest severe thunderstorm warning in play now until 7 a.m. for Miller, Daugherty, Lee, Baker, and Georgia. Again, there's a Baker, Florida, and Baker, Georgia. I'm talking about Baker in Georgia, Baker County, Georgia, Calhoun County in Georgia, Early County there, and Terrell County till 7 o'clock. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts a possibility, and these are more likely than what maybe we would sometimes see around our area because of the overall pattern. The storm moving east at 50 miles an hour, and just the overall pattern, the meteorological patterns more favorable to get those really vicious winds down toward the surface here. We've seen just, looking at Montgomery area there, they really have seen a lot of wind action reported. I know just some of the stronger wind gusts that you ever see there reported toward that part of the country here earlier on this morning. So, we have to watch out for the winds. We also have to watch out for that embedded tornado risk. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up here a graphic because, in some of these areas we could have a tornado develop here and hit with little or no advance warning. So, tornado watch, which is what we have for Lake Albany, Thomasville, Bainbridge, down toward Tallahassee. That's in effect till 10 a.m., but we'll probably have, more concern, at least to the east, whether it's a severe thunderstorm watch, a tornado watch, or just a, handful of warnings. We'll wait and see, past where the watch is now, but you just want to stay tuned for the latest updates and have multiple ways to receive alerts. We're watching now for our 62 counties. That's why I'm focusing on severe thunderstorm warnings right now versus tornado warnings further up in Georgia, but I'll get to those in a second. But when you do have a tornado warning, whether it's a red box, better indicated, or a purple confirmed, you want to seek setting to that sturdy build, and you want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. And consider it so early, especially on a Sunday morning, you want to have those shoes on. Maybe you're in bed, you don't have them on. You want to go ahead and at least get ready to have them, in a spot here where you can put them on immediately, because if there's a tornado that hits, that flying debris could cut your feet up here in the wake of it. So you got to be really careful if you're trying to get rescued here, in that, just terrible scenario. If you think about it like that, then, that's something you need to be taken into consideration. And mobile homes aren't the best places to be in these type of situations either. We've learned that tragically over the years in some of our viewing areas, especially in Georgia. So you need to really be mindful of that we don't have, and we've not had any tornado warnings in our area so far. Doesn't mean we couldn't have some. Doesn't mean we could have, a situation, it's possible we could have a situation where we end up having tornadoes where we just have a severe thunderstorm warning in play. So you need to be mindful of that here as well. So a lot going on here on a Sunday morning. We're in alert mode to protect you, your friends, your family. So let me go ahead and jump back in front of the chroma key now. You can see our severe thunderstorm warnings in our area, but then we have tornado warnings They're east of Atlanta, north of Macon. Those purple boxes are the utmost concern. A confirmed tornado warning there as of a little while ago toward areas like Morgan, Henry, Butts, Jasper, and Newton counties. Now it's a radar indicated one for Morgan and Jasper in Georgia. You see at Eatonton and to the north, though. There's another tornado warning. That's now also radar indicated. It was a confirmed one based on our debris signature on radar, but it's now radar indicated as well. So that's good that they're, at least a little bit lessened here in terms of the level of concern with the warnings. But the reason they went purple to begin with is because they were confirmed at one point. You see this a red box here. That's a tornado warning. It's a tornado warning for parts in Georgia now, in North Georgia, that Putnam, Jones, and Jasper counties there. And then we also have another tornado warning getting to South Carolina, north of Athens. This is one there getting over that Greenville, South Carolina TV market. This is for Hart County in Georgia and Anderson, Pickens, and Oconee counties in South Carolina. So there's a lot going on, obviously, but we have a lot going on in our area as well. I mean, seeing this accent come in. I know the radar maybe makes it look like it's not as strong down here. I think it's because we have the heaviest of the accent, moving over to radar site there in southeast Alabama, the Fort Rucker/Fort Novastille radar. So it's a situation here where you just have to be kind of mindful as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation that is kind of making the rain not look as strong as it actually is. We have attenuation going on with the radar, and that is causing the activity here to look weaker because we're ending up seeing a situation here where there's just so much rain that it can't see the downpours further away, in parts of the region. So again, we're watching all this. I know I have to make notes here sometimes on where to go since it's just a one-man band, so bear with me. We got a lot happening. We also did have a report out of Dale County in Alabama, just west of our area. As we're looking at things, there was some of this activity at 5:23 Eastern. That's when the report at least came in there. And that's 4:23 Central. A sheriff deputy caught in a tree down there at Highway 105 and Faust Avenue. So that kind of tells you, just the idea of what's going on. We've had a lot of trees down to the west. We've got a lot of power outages to the west. And we'll try to get back, into some of the other details here from a broader perspective here, including power outage information in a moment. It's very important, but we need to also just focus on these warnings. Let's go to the actual radar site separately here so we can look at things a little bit better now, try to break this down for you. As we have Randolph County, Cuthbert, you're getting into this right now there. Very heavy rain, probably some wind damage happening right about now in Cuthbert. That is even showing some weak rotation that just went through Cuthbert, and that's why you always have to remain alert for a possible tornado in these type of situations. We can have little or no advance warning, so they could spin up so quickly here. Now, I don't see necessarily a debris signature on that, which is good, obviously, and we don't have a tornado warning. We haven't had any in our area yet, in our 62 counties yet, and let me remind you guys of those just really quickly here, if you're not used to watching coverage with me. I know we've had, a situation where we cover national stuff as needed, but we're focusing on our 62 counties. We're in Bradford County in north central Florida. I know getting more reports in Alabama with some of this accent, it's translating into Georgia now, though. But at 4:48 Eastern Time, Coffee County, Alabama, a train spotter measured a 57-mile-an-hour wind gust near New Brockton. So that gives you an idea here, the type of veracity this activity is coming in with here this morning, that we're getting this type of activity that is so serious further off toward the west here. These are winds we're not accustomed to dealing with on a widespread level outside of a tropical system. Obviously that's worse. We've had worse in, a lot of these areas in terms of the tropics, but some of these areas have been missed over the last several years, and this type of wind could be a little bit more problematic. And the areas that did get hit, they get more vulnerable. So not a great situation here this morning. This could kind of be going under the radar. I think it is to the west. We've had a lot of problems. We've had reports of injuries and fatalities because of, this activity. Some of it may have just been because of straight line wind. It's further off toward the west. We haven't had, just a slew of confirmed tornado warnings. We haven't been on with this stuff, like we would, if we had a whole bunch of, tornadoes that were obvious on radar. I think we had some weaker ones here, maybe a bay of two, which is problematic on a local level, but we haven't had this, outrageous debris signatures here because I think we just have so much wind in this that it's just over such a wide area that you're not getting the extreme tornadoes, but you're getting the embedded tornadoes and you're getting a lot of wind damage. So you really need to charge your devices up if you haven't done so already toward our area, toward our whole area. But next little bit of Albany and Leesburg, you need to go ahead and do that right now because you don't have that much time. This accident's gonna be moving through here in the next hour or so, give or take. So you gotta be taking a precaution here, my friends. You gotta be taking precaution. Gotta be doing that here this morning under the 2500 schedule for this afternoon around 1:30ish. We'll see, that may get, bumped around a little bit based on the weather conditions here. I kind of have a feeling, and we'll have to see how that gets adjusted because timing sped up, compared to indications maybe on Friday that, when that decision was made, this accident looks like it's moved through quicker now, meaning could have some issues there toward that track. I mean, we're talking, late last night, and now this point still stands. When I sent out the live stream of the radar, the Tallahassee just after sunrise, dark around noon. When we get in the accident, that should be about right. We may have to make a little adjustment here or there to that, but that general thinking is, Tallahassee right after sunrise. These storms coming on in and stark around noon. I know we have a lot of our viewers in those specific areas, so wanted to kind of touch on that point here this morning as we continue along on the Sunday morning, this February 16th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. I know it's, pretty warm outside. It's reasonably warm in some of these areas, 67 degrees pretty much right now where we're at east of Stark. But, as we look, we're going to cool down and we're going to try to warm up a little, more storms midweek. Going to be a lot of snow toward like Missouri and like big problems potentially with this, so much snow up there. Maybe to go toward North Carolina with an ice situation possibly. And then we're going to have, even colder, maybe some freezing temperatures now toward late week, toward that weekend coming up. So we have a lot going on here in the weather department. We were so cold in January, been so warm in February. Now it's back to a roller coaster to some degree, so that's how it goes sometimes here across our area. But again, we have this warning here, Randolph County, just east of Cuthbert. You're having some problems here this morning. For sure, these, brighter yellows are indicative of very significant winds. Now, on rotation track, you don't see much rotation, but there is some weak rotation. Something could develop very quickly with little or no advance warning. We have more action further south of this, around like Mariana. That'll be a problem for us later on. As that, it's going to get there and then it's going to get into some of our areas further south. But hadn't done that yet, but, we don't have the warning for that for our area further east yet. But we do have a warning for Miller, Daugherty, Lee, Baker, Calhoun, early and terrible 7 a.m. We have damaging winds possible there. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Colquitt, Newton, Morgan, Albany, Blakely, Dawson, Putney, Leesburg, Edison, Arlington, Columbia, Leary, Smithville, East Albany, the Marine Corps Logistics Base, as we're looking there, Turner City, Walker, Douglasville, Centerville, and Gordon. You're all being, very watchful, I'm hoping, of this activity. And you need to, almost, take this as if it's a tornadic situation headed your way because we just have so much wind damage that's been reported for the west. I alluded to the power outage numbers earlier on. And they are dramatic, as dramatic as you'll see from weather like this. I mean, not like a hurricane, granted, but this is as dramatic as you'll see here from this type of activity. I know even in these areas here where they look, that aren't getting maybe 60 gusts, these centers are a little lower down in some cases maybe they're not, but you're getting gusts 40, 5, just in just, a lot of spots here, which is indicative of this, some activity that is, pretty well organized. And that could be problematic as we're looking there. But, getting in some of these higher up sites, getting gusts towards 60 and then getting some of those trees to fall, some of those tree limbs to fall. And then, some of those tree limbs could fall on power lines. And even if in some of these select cases could even get a power pole to fall, something to that level. So we got to be really careful here. I just hope you guys are staying safe, tuning in here with me this morning. I know we have If you out of Bainbridge, Watson, thanks so much for tuning in this morning in Decatur County. Storm's a little off to your west. You see that warning from Mariana, though? See a warning just to your north. So just a little while, you're going to probably be under a severe thunderstorm warning at least. And we also have Michelle watching from West Virginia on YouTube. Just thanks so much for tuning in, everybody, on the different platforms: Facebook, Casey Cloud X, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, and Twitch Cloud Weather. And you have all the different links available, cloudweather.com, including the interactive radar. Now, we don't have tornado warnings. It may not go, really long formulate this the whole time because I do have to take breaks here, catch my breath. But this is some more intense activity, so we're going to try to talk about it a good bit here as we're looking at things this morning, as we're tracking the overall scenario. So, okay, power outages, I'm loading those up right now. But as we're done with the overall situation, it is a pretty bad looking map here. Again, outside of a hurricane, where we've had millions without power, hurricanes like Milton, Helene, we're not quite to that level. But if you add some of these up, I mean, you're at a pretty high level of outages. So let's go ahead and pull it up here on the source. I need to go ahead and switch that on in here as we look at things here this morning. So here you go. I mean, over 250,000. I go ahead and step over some, over 250,000 in the dark there. As we're looking at things in Georgia here, about 200,000 in Alabama. So let's go into Georgia here first, to Peach State. And you're seeing, I mean, a lot of those closer to Atlanta. I mean, that is a high volume of outages up that way. As we're looking at things here, as we're tracking the overall scenario, I mean, you're just really having to deal with the situation up there because, I mean, over 250,000 without power, and you don't have like just reds everywhere, but there's just so much population here. Even half a third of the county is going to get you a lot of folks in the dark. So, I mean, there's, even less than that. I mean, as you see some of these, but I mean, getting over toward like Harris County, we're getting closer toward Columbus, and some of the areas just north, it looks like a lot of outages. I know I was watching some live coverage there this morning, watching a couple of the Atlanta stations here before going on. Channel 2, WSB, and Fox 5. I noticed on Fox 5 there's some power flashes, I should say, it would look like to me, around the grains there, and, now some power outages in turn. So they were looking at one of their views that they had available to them, at least in the LaGrange area, and some power flashes that sure look like there. And could have been from wind damage, could have been from a tornado, not really sure yet, but that's just from, looking at things there. My meteorological expertise tells me problematic situation nonetheless there, as we're looking here today. So we're going to keep looking at stuff in Georgia and in Alabama. Honestly, as we kind of look over here, I know sometimes I click on other areas because I'm just trying to do this on the fly. Alabama here, look at that. That is a lot of area in the dark here. Granted, it's not, just every county a real high number, but this is some of the action, here that was causing this. That's now moving in toward our area. So that's problematic, obviously. This is the type of stuff that we worry about. I mean, look at here around Coosa County, 5,610 customers in the dark. Tallapoosa County over 8,000. Chambers County over 5,000. Lee County over 9,500 in Alabama. Wouldn't be surprised in Georgia that we have, these type of percentages. I mean, these aren't just, if you look here, some of these are closer to 50%, but a lot of them are actually quite a bit less than that. But the problem is here, it's just so widespread that it's going to, add up. 193,000 customers in the dark, give or take, and that means it's going to take longer, just because it's so widespread, the storm moving so quick, it's going to take longer to get the power back on. So, these aren't just causing this total devastation here, per se, causing total devastation, but it's a situation here as we're tracking, as we're monitoring, that you still got to be mindful of here. Still can be very problematic, knocking out your power, knocking out your electricity this morning. So you need to take precaution, chart up those devices here for sure. as we're looking at things. It just adds up. I mean, a few thousand here, a few thousand there, and such a widespread area because stuff's moving so fast. It leads to this. I mean, and this is not maybe Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene level, but it's still significant. So again, just continuing to track real quick the color table. Let me just throw that on there if you're not used to seeing this. You see it out of scale from power.us trying to tell that weather story here this morning as we're looking at the scenario, as we're tracking it. So again, just trying to keep you up to date here with what's happening, and this is just giving you an idea of the overall scenario. It is, significant. So let's go back over right now toward this view. I know we're on Blakely, Watson, that area. In fact, I have some views I was watching earlier on down that way. Let me see if I can pull up a traffic camera. There's one of them that was available here, the Georgia 511 system now. It does have some access, in terms of views that are available live for us. So not, everywhere. A lot of them not available, but there are some. We do have one around Blakely here this morning. So let me go ahead and pull this up behind me. So it's going to be there in Early County. You see at least a little bit of movement there in toward the power lines this morning. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking them, definitely worth noting we're in alert mode, and these conditions are deteriorating. They're going to be deteriorating over the next moments here live as we're tracking a situation. Looking at Early County, they're the Georgia 511 camera perspective here as we are, trying to keep you guys up to date. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings continuing toward Clay County in Georgia, Randolph County in Georgia. Of course, Early County, where we're looking, it's picking up right now live here. Seeing a decent amount of movement. Granted, sometimes, the winds, it may make it look worse than it is, but sometimes it's pretty bad. And that looks like some type of blast there. I can't tell if that's just the light or what, but this is some pretty nasty activity here. We have a wind advisory for a lot of our areas. We're looking at things here, even just in the overall meteorological pattern. As somebody's out and about this morning, we have a lot of, wind just available here in this setup, even outside of the storm activity. So it may be, in fact, I have to look. That may be, for everybody, pretty much the wind advisory. But we have a severe thunderstorm warning right now that's of the utmost concern toward Early County, toward the Blakely community. This is live here, live imagery from Georgia 511. You really see the conditions deteriorate live on the air here, folks. Now, this is pretty nasty activity. It's possible we could have some wind damage there in toward this area right now in Early County, Georgia, in southwestern Georgia. It's not a great sight here right now as we're dealing with things, as we are monitoring the situation. That wind is just pretty wild out here right now. I know sometimes it could be, I've looked at these cameras and, and only during the snow situation there. So I'm not, used to seeing how these visualize things as well as the Florida cameras in certain spots, but this is pretty nasty, obviously. Doesn't take a meteorologist to figure that out. I mean, this is some wind action there that, it could be causing damage. Folks, trying to drive through that right now. I know I'm jumping out of the way a little so you can see that, but you get the idea here. As we're down with this, as we're tracking, this is not great. There's somebody else, so don't want to be on the road in a severe thunderstorm because, you could have, not saying it'll happen. You want to be in an interior room because away from windows, you could have a tree fall on your car, something like that. You could have not a good set of circumstances here if you're out and about on the road. A tree could fall on your house or mobile home too and still be very problematic. But, being on the road like this, not the greatest place to be right now. This is again Blakely in Early County. As we're looking at things right now in the Georgia 511 traffic camera system. This is a live view there. Looking at the activity. This is giving you guys an idea. Looking at the intersection of Columbia Street. It looks like, at least for now, it just lost that visual. I don't know if it went down. It'll come back up or it might not because of the power situation. Okay, it just came back up. So let me go ahead. As soon as I flipped away from it, it was coming back up there. But See the radar, you see Blakely there. Probably get higher winds out of that area here soon, but there you go. Here's another view, I think. Really still in pretty bad condition. May have gotten through some of the worst, but you still gotta be very careful. Still could have more problems here this morning before this is over. So again, this is Blakely in Lake County in southwestern Georgia. We're gonna keep our eyes on things the best we can. It's just a one-man band, of course, so I can't really do it too much. But just at least, just wanted to give you that visual here to award that area. So again, watching that there, I noticed, some of that water adding up pretty quick. I know not toward our area as much of a concern right now, but up toward Kentucky, up toward some of those states and those areas, we've had flash flooding, we've had deadly sets of circumstances take place. Eastern Kentucky, give or take, southern Kentucky there, some really big problems because, that water coming down so quick, folks driving through it, and it leads to tragedy. So you really need to be careful here. You really need to be taking heed. You really need to be taking precaution here this morning as we're live, in terms of, of course, the rain. That can be problematic here in terms of some pond in the water, maybe some quick, flooding situations. But I'm talking about for our area more of the wind damage concern. That's more, of the prominent concern. Tornadoes probably secondary, flooding probably that third concern here. Because we could have tornadoes today. It's very possible, somewhere in our area right now, even if there's not a tornado warning, we could have a quick spin up tornado we're not going to really be able to tell you about. So that's cause for concern, obviously. They're just going to spin up too quick, and there's not going to be a time for a warning because this is just, going to get the overall pattern of greens and reds to come together just for a moment and cause problems. But right now, we do have some nasty winds. Could be, something spinning up. Could just be the wind, too, around Dawson there in Terrell County. You're looking at that there as you're looking around Edison in parts of our area there in Calhoun County. As you look there toward the south, you see Blakely. We were just, showing you all these camera views there on Blakely. Radar's going to be a couple minutes behind, but we saw some of that wind action, coming on through there, further on the front of this, you would think here in this type of setup. But I know even out ahead of things, Seminole County getting some wind. I talked about the wind advisories. We have Donaldsonville, Augusta 41 out ahead of everything. That's what that OSR is. That icon over the other reading, per se, indicative of the winds picking on up here. So let me go ahead. We'll jump back on over. I know it's 6 o'clock now, folks, just tuning in. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center as we continue to watch the overall set of circumstances, the overall scenario. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings here in play, including, a couple here in our area. Could have more later. You see that one box around Mariana. And then further up toward the north here, we do have around Cuthbert. We've had some of this action. You see Blakely, you see Dawson, Morgan, and Albany and Leesburg, more populated areas going to be impacted here next little bit. And then let's try to track this out for Bainbridge. I know we have, someone watching there, a long-time viewer from the Bainbridge area, and this action's moving east at 55, but now we got to be kind of careful with this because of the orientation. And by the way, we have a tornado warning for Macon here too, so it's not confirmed yet. But let me just real quick track this. This is 4 hours ago. There's a southerly component to this. That's why I'm saying the orientation. That's 165 miles or so. So let me go ahead and kind of, try to do this on the fly here. I'm just trying to measure some of these out. So that's, just do the math on that. That's really about 40, I guess you could say. So probably about an hour, give or take, it's going to be coming into Bainbridge. I'm just kind of doing that arbitrarily here. But give or take about an hour, it's going to move into toward Bainbridge. Give or take it, maybe a little bit quicker than that. We'll see, or a little bit slower. But I just want to do that real quick. And I need to turn our attention to that tornado warning. We, may have folks watching around Macon there. Not, in our area officially, but, very popular during a tornado warning at this time of day on a Sunday. It catches you, really in terms of maybe you watching off guard or just, getting you guys concerned here a little bit, uh, as we're looking. So this east of Macon, we have some rotation between areas like James there, and I'm not sure how to pronounce that other town, but maybe Griswoldville, maybe. I'll give it a try. We have some rotation there. It's probably closer to James, and if I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize. But probably closer to James and Griswoldville. But as we're looking at that, so let's look at Central Georgia, that tornado warning up there. Tornado warning for Baldwin, at least portions of it. Bibb, as well as Jones, Monroe, Twiggs, and Wilkinson. I know have tornado watches in play. And we have, that overall situation here where toward the south more instability, but toward the north you're going to have some wind energy in play as well. It's not going to take much instability to cause problems here. So let's go over to the other view here. You have the tornado watch here in the broad yellow. It's not just one, it's two. One of them to 9, as we're looking at things. And then to 10 eastern, further down toward portions of our area. That watch there cuts off around just to the west of Ardasta, through Monticello. We're tracking that this morning. And we're also watching it through Fitzgerald, Scylla, Enigma, Adele, but could get extended. The concern, at least with severe thunderstorm threat, maybe a severe thunderstorm watch, I would think at the minimum would continue off toward the east, but very well could be a tornado watch with the embedded rotation concern. Might not get many tornado warnings, but you still could get some embedded spins with a little or no advance warning. And you have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for the Bainbridge area. This is in effect now to 7:30, Donaldsonville and Bainbridge, Decatur and Seminole counties here. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation at 6:02 a.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles southwest of Blakely to near Chipley, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So Bainbridge, Donaldsonville, West Bainbridge, Chattahoochee, Attapulgis, Iron City, Climax, Brinson, Hanover, Osmic there, Reynoldsville, Little Hope, Recovery, Decatur County Airport, over award looks like the Donaldsonville Airport as well. So for you to protect them, make sure on that lowest floor of a building and in that interior room. And tornado watch remain in effect till 10 a.m. The wind threat's the main concern, but can't rule out a quick spin up embedded tornado. You got more warnings to the west here, so this, a line that's warned for a wide, range of geography here. You see, west of Panama City, we have warning disorientations a little bit, different. And we sometimes see, all systems can be unique, but, sometimes we have a different orientation in this where stuff is kind of coming, at us here, maybe from a different type of angle. So, we don't always have like warnings east of Atlanta like this and toward Macon, and the like here, like what we have right now. And then they extend all the way back toward Panama City. So, sometimes we have the angle on this, quite a bit different, where stuff is coming at us here, in a region where it's not already past Atlanta when it hadn't gotten to Tallahassee yet. That's what I'm trying to say. So again, let's go ahead and keep looking at this here. Go ahead and keep tracking this. I see Clay and Randolph. And you're dropping one of those severe warnings up there. Some of this action trying to clear through that area right now. As we're dealing with it, as we're tracking it. I know you see temperature in the 70s in a lot of areas further south, but some 60s, but behind all this, way back, there's been snow. As we'll look here in the parts of Kentucky, parts of Illinois, Indiana, even Missouri earlier on. Even back toward Tulsa last night. That just shows you how quick of a system this is, quite honestly. As we're tracking things here, as we're giving you guys those latest weather updates. So, again, trying to keep you up to date on everything that's going on. And we're 67 degrees right now here east of Stark. And we are still a good ways away from these storms, but they're, toward the north and west right now. And they're causing some problems here, obviously, as we've been alluding to. here this morning. So, got some severe thunderstorm warnings in play. Toward Albany, toward Bainbridge here. We could have a lot more, and we could even have some tornado warnings. And you got to watch out for some embedded tornadoes in and close to the watch area. So I definitely got to watch out. I see Quitman County there, Georgetown. They had a gust of 41 miles an hour around 5:10 this morning. We're being told here by the Weather Service in Tallahassee. So just giving you guys an idea of what's going on here this morning with the overall meteorology. I know we're about an hour away from sunrise here, hour away from sunrise as we're looking at things. And we're just going to continue to give you guys the latest updates here, at least every half hour. But obviously, if it's a tornado warning or something a little more serious, we'll be on like we've been here at the start of this. Longer than that, we'll probably wrap it here soon unless we get a tornado warning down to about 6:30 a.m. As a lot of folks, unless you're, really paying attention, you're probably not up watching right now, unless you're really early riser on a Sunday. But there's a tornado watch, so you do need to be paying attention here. As we're down with things, we have the severe weather alert. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date here on what's going on with this inclement weather scenario. And let's go up to the north here real quick though and talk about they've had all that flooding, West Virginia and the like. I mean, some of this isn't as much lately, but some of these have been flash flood and probably are still. They are still flash flood emergencies toward parts of West Virginia and the like. So not a good situation up there. These areas can't handle the rain. I mean, hopefully it's to a lot less extent, but we saw it during Helene. I'm talking about this situation compared to Helene. We saw it in the mountainous areas up there with all that rain back at Helene. They couldn't handle them. We had catastrophic scenarios. A lot less, flash emergencies than that, but still way more than you ever want to see. One's too many, and we've had a decent handful. So again, we're just continuing to give you guys everything you need to know here. Just thanks so much again for tuning in, trusting me here on this Sunday morning. Let me go ahead and check to see what we might have in terms of some comments. Just again, thanks so much for tuning in, trusting me here. Again, thanks for watching. As we're tracking everything here for you. I know, as we look toward the Panhandle, we have all this activity west of Panama City still around, just west of Marietta. And then some of this already though in our area, Blakely, Morgan to Dawson. And it's moving east officially. There's a southern component here, a southerly component as well. And we're going to just keep our eyes on everything. I'm checking all the different information. Trying to check that here as it comes on in this morning. Trying to keep you guys up to date. So, again, that's what it's all about here. Cloud weather. Of course, if the tornado watch is in play, I mean, you got to really pay attention. Tornado watch means tornadoes possible and close to that watch area. Tornado warning would mean there's, the more imminent concern, though. Watch means ingredients. Warning means it could be happening right now. We have one of those up toward areas, east of Macon in Georgia, but that's the only one officially. We do have, severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado watch itself. So you still can't write a quick spin up and just a wind damage concern in and of itself that is already ongoing. So we're at 6:10 right now. I think we're gonna wrap it till 6:30 unless I need to tell you something else in the next few seconds that pops up with imminent concern as we are tracking everything here. I know we're just gonna keep on monitoring things. I know watching some of the different events. I think FSU baseball they're still scheduled to play today, and just to get out of the way here before the game scheduled as we're looking toward that early afternoon against James Madison University. So that's good. I believe University of Florida moved their baseball game, the third one of the weekend, up yesterday there, and they played that to get it out of the way as there's, the concern of that being in there a little bit later on in the day, as we've alluded to, just after sunrise for Tallahassee, around noon for areas around Stark, Gainesville, give or take, with the overall threat. So we're going to be here. It's going to be a long morning. We're going to be here giving you the update. Be back at 6:30 in the morning here. 19 more minutes unless we need to pop back in sooner. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date here. We're trying to keep you guys safe and informed here on this Sunday, February 16th, 2025.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour at 6:30 a.m. on this Sunday morning, and we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here that are in effect across portions of our area. You know, looking like gonna be pretty busy. Gonna be pretty busy here on this Sunday morning. So again, trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening. Let me go ahead and show you here in terms of these severe thunderstorm warnings on this other mode. You just see a slew of them here. Now we do also have a tornado watch in play, and we're going to be paying attention to that. I see it just got updated, so let me go ahead and pull the tips up real quick here, and that means that you still have to be staying tuned for the latest, remaining alert here as conditions are generally favorable for tornadic activity. And in close to the watch area, though, we do have Clay equipment in Randolph that just got trimmed out in our area, so that's some good news. But a lot of other counties still continuing to 10. And cities like Tallahassee, Albany, which is about to get some storminess right now. So a very busy picture here this morning. We've had new warnings for thunderstorm warnings issued since our last update. No tornado warnings here yet. Of course, we jump in immediately if we had one of those, but it doesn't matter sometimes. You could still have a tornado develop with little or no advance warning here with some of these severe thunderstorms. It's Albany, Leesburg. Leesburg's been getting into it here over the last little bit, with some of this wind action. Now, the city of Albany, west side of town here, getting into it right now. And then we have a new warning that got issued out ahead of that here recently for areas of Turner, Mitchell, Colquitt, Tipton, Worth until 7:45. We're going to be watching, this axing down toward Donaldsonville now, coming toward Bainbridge next little bit. And then Marietta we're watching, and down here we have a tornado possible tag on this morning that includes a small sliver in our area of Liberty County until 8 o'clock Eastern. So very busy, obviously, here this morning as we continue to give you the latest updates on exactly what is happening. So let me go ahead and check some other information here right now. We're watching everything out for you guys, obviously, for the 62 counties. We're trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Definitely trying to do that here on all the different platforms this morning. Again, let me go ahead and see what else I can kind of pull up here. We have the storms coming into Albany, so let's try to get some traffic camera views, at least maybe one of them around Albany. We had, a fairly decent look at things around Blakely and Early County a little while ago, so let's see if we can get something out of Albany here right now. Okay, we got something. Let's go ahead and put this in front of the wall so you guys can go ahead and see it, and also put myself in front of the wall here. So we're going to do that right now. Just a one-man band, but here you go. Georgia 511 traffic camera. Look, some folks still traveling through this, but you see these swaying around here. Maybe doing so just a little bit more just a moment ago on this shot there into toward Dougherty County, into toward the Albany area. Some pretty vicious weather coming on through right now here towards southwestern Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. We haven't had any of those, but we can't rule out a quick embedded rotation here in and close to the watch area. Maybe multiple, that produce a quick spin up tornado. But if nothing else, some wind damage. You see these, traffic lights swaying around here, moving around, a good bit. And that means we just have to stay alert here to these rapidly changing conditions. It could have a good bit of damage here just with the straight line winds. We've already had a lot of power outages further off toward the west. I can't tell. It looks like I'll step over here. It looked like traffic light over to the right side of the shot was the one. I can't tell about the others, but I'm going to assume they are. But, it looks like at least the indicator here is on, so that's a good sign. But some pretty nasty weather here this morning. Just got an update on that severe thunderstorm morning at 7 a.m. They canceled out Terrell County to the weather service in Tallahassee, but they're continuing things for Baker, Calhoun, Dougherty, Early, Lee, and Muller counties. So a pretty nasty set of circumstances here this morning in the Albany area, the Albany metro area. Now, I'm going to do this so much this year. We had a little bit of a taste of it back early, I think it was Thursday morning here as we were tracking things. We had a warning for a little while, but Not as big of a deal with things. We haven't had too much severe weather this year. We had the winter weather that was the biggest story so far in 2025 by pretty good margin for our area. Some of these areas had all that snow not too long ago, and now they're getting severe weather though. And this is the time of year for severe weather. I mean, it's not going to be as bad as what it was. I'm about to refer to, but Valentine's Day morning 2000, we had a terrible tornado outbreak with a lot of fatalities in towards South Georgia. So it's that time of year for severe weather. Of course, January of 2017, we had all the fatalities toward Adel and Albany as well. And some of those overnight, some of those during the day there in toward Albany itself. So not a great thing, but we don't have any tornado warnings right now. If we get a tornado, it would be a quicker, weaker one. But these winds can do a good bit of damage, cause a tree to fall. Folks not, maybe really in tune to things on early Sunday. Tree could fall in a mobile home, and if they're sleeping and it falls right on their bed, we could have a tragic outcome here. I hate to be kind of detailed with that, but it definitely could happen. So we need to be really cautious and to be really careful. We've already had fatalities outside of our area. We could have fatalities in our area, injuries as well over the next little bit here. This is a pretty big deal, even though we don't have tornado warnings and we don't have like considerable catastrophic warnings or anything. I know catastrophic you're not going to have, for severe thunderstorm warning generally, but flash flood like we have to the north. Tornado emergency is a catastrophic situation. Severe thunderstorm warning, I mean considerable or destructive. We're not getting those tags to go off on the phone necessarily, but there's a situation here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them, where we need to be very careful because we have a lot of these type of winds happening. These winds are happening, down toward the surface. They're actually verifying here. It's not just a matter of if it's happening, it is happening. It's just the level of how bad it's going to be toward these areas, and that means some folks are losing power, are having a problem here in our region this morning as we're tracking the overall situation and the recovery vast area geographically. So it's still a ways away from like Stark and Jacksonville, hours away, Tallahassee, a little after sunrise we've talked about for you guys there in Leon County. But again, it's been something that's a little easier to track because it was organized last night. And, you can just see it, the overall pattern here that's coming toward our area. That's in our area, parts of it right now. So, again, this is, not a situation where we have one scattered shower, one scattered thunderstorm here in the summer where you're getting some damage in one backyard and the other not going to really have anything. A lot of folks are getting the wind. Some are going to get and are getting damage here. So these storms, to some areas, they are verified. Okay, so we've stuck on that stop for a few minutes. Let's go ahead and move away from it for right now. And again, just track some of these warnings here that are on the board. I might check some more cameras to see what else we might have here this morning as the situation does progress here, as the situation does develop, as it looks like parts of Albany, toward like Mock Road and Holly Drive. There, State Road 133 at Mock Road and Holly Drive. Hadn't really got there yet, it doesn't look like, but I'll try to keep our eyes, out here on the cameras. I'll try to keep the, eyes watching things here as we see toward, like Seminole County. That's some weak rotation. It's not overwhelming, but it's there. That's the type of stuff that makes me nervous. That one east of Donaldsonville. Looks like sure we don't have anything in terms of debris on that. A little something east of Donaldsonville trying to pick up there. We have to watch that. It's another one embedded there, which is interesting, but I didn't look what I saw there. A little weak rotation. This stuff, we haven't had any tornado warnings yet, and sometimes we can end up having tornadoes with little or no advance warning. I've said that more than I normally do. It's just a pattern where it'll be a lot harder to warn these because they're going to pop up real quick with the wind pattern, and winds are already pretty nasty, so it's just going to be an acceleration in the wind and toward a specific area, towards some specific backyards potentially. As we're looking at things, you see Albany right now getting into it there in Doherty County. Lee County's been getting into this. I mean, some of these meteors aren't getting really high with the wind numbers, But some of the backyard instead of 40, which we're getting a pretty wide area here. As we look back in the reports, some of these it could be 60 in backyard. In between, and then some areas could be a tornado. So that's the issue. Okay, so Lee County, Georgia had a gust of 45 miles an hour around the community of Chokey at 6:25 a.m. And then we also had a 2-mile-an-hour gust around Mariana at 6:24 Eastern, which is 5:24 Central. A 40-mile-an-hour gust there in the heart of the area is just east of the Holmes County Airport, just getting into Jackson County. So, we have these 40 gusts in a consistent manner. And we just have to be very cautious, very careful, very mindful of what's going on here this morning. As Albany right now, getting into this right there, US 19 Broad Avenue, getting into this here, looking at the overall situation. State Road 133. So pretty nasty activity here as we check things on the Doppler. Again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. All about doing that here this morning. Trying to keep you guys safe. Trying to keep you guys informed. So, again, just trying to let you guys know what's happening. We're watching out for the 62 counties here, of course, and we're just trying to make sure that you guys, have all the information here that you need at your disposal. So, we got quite a few warnings here on the board, and we're trying to stick with these. It's not a tornado situation, officially with warnings. So we're not like going to really, just complete water losses. We may have to watch this for most of our area for hours and hours, and it's just me. But we're going to be here for a while to try to keep you guys safe and informed. So it's all about protecting you guys. I know we're in Bradford County. And we're just going to keep on looking at things, keep on tracking them here this morning, all the different platforms. I know you see Camilla going to be getting into some of this next little bit. Sylvester there in Worth County, Ashburn there in parts of Turner County, Tift County and Tipton, of course. You have Moultrie and Colquitt County. Yeah, Bainbridge and Decatur County all going to be getting this accent here over the next little bit. Charge your devices up. Be prepared, at least for a little period, of power outage in your area. So, you just got to be making those preparations right now. Charge those phones up. So, assuming you do have your, cell tower working in the wake, you'll be able to communicate. So, and be able to get information. 41-mile-an-hour gust at Early County Airport at 6:31 a.m. So again, continuing to track all of this here, continuing to keep you guys safe and informed on this Sunday morning in February 2025. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. See if there's any new questions or comments from any of the viewers at home. Looking like we have folks like AJ watching from Tallahassee. Thanks so much for tuning in. Same goes for everybody else tuning in. Another viewer there on YouTube watching from West Virginia. Some bad flooding, saying around Monroe County there in West Virginia. There's definitely been some terrible flooding there in the word parts of that state. Just, not what you want to see. Not what you want to see, obviously, here in the meteorology world. Some of these flooding situations can be deadly. Gotta remember that mantra, the weather service. If a road's flooded, you can't see how deep the water is. Turn around, don't drown. It's very important to keep in mind. It's kind of simple, but it's saying that really can be life-saving here at points. So let's go ahead and go over to the power outage US map right now. I want to see the latest update on all of this here. As we're dealing with things, as we try to get an idea on just how strong these winds are, toward Atlanta. I mean, they've really been, just part of it's because of population density up there, but, they have a lot of outages up there. That's where the bulk of the 250,000 or so are from Atlanta down toward, like, the Grains and the like, and then, but we do have some in our area here as well. 136 customers already out in Worth County. We do have some wind, out ahead in some of the cases here of that line. 448 customers at least out in Lee County, 27 in Terrell, 1 in Randolph, 161 in Quitman County here, So again, continuing to track this situation on this Sunday morning here in, February 2025. It is that third Sunday here, and we're really trying to stay on top of things. Last Sunday was Super Bowl Sunday. This Sunday, part of President's Day weekend, part of that Valentine's Day weekend, really. And folks might have tuned out. Well, we gave you the heads up about this. We've had the logo red, and this isn't the only threat. We're going to have another threat here, especially in our Florida counties, maybe toward the middle of the week, toward like Wednesday, toward like, maybe North Central Florida and down maybe toward Central Florida, where it sticks out in the model, but it could be other areas too. You see around Albany, we had a gust of 48 miles an hour. That was reported at 6:39 a.m., so 7 minutes ago. So, those are the type of winds, and a little bit higher too can knock out power. And just north of my area, I know some of the Albany stations do cover Crisp County, but just north of my official area, 51 mile an hour gust around Cordele in Crisp County there at 6:35 a.m. for anybody that may be watching up that way. So just giving you guys a heads up, that's one of the strongest gusts I've seen, at least, in areas of Georgia here, in terms of being close, or, I mean, you could pretty much call it South Georgia. This is not part of my area there. But 40 mile an hour gusts to Americas as well, just out of my area too in Sumter County. So, again, just trying to give you guys the latest information. Those areas, 51 mile an hour gusts, 40 mile an hour gusts, Crisp County, Sumter County, we don't cover them here in Albany stations. They do there, but it's a situation that they're part of the Peachtree City office. We already cover so many counties, 62. We just can't, take on those for, our commitment here for coverage in our 62 counties. We're always on for any tornado warning storm and a lot of these severe thunderstorm warning situations as well. Some, flash flood situations too. As we just look at that map here again, we're in Bradford County, so we got a long ways to go here. As we're looking at things, but we haven't had any yet in our area today. We went for one for every tornado warning storm in our 62 counties for the last 5 years here, plus now. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest information. We're trying to watch out for you, as the situation does evolve. Okay, and just north of our area now, there is a tornado warning that popped in. Okay, so this is for Dodge, Lawrence, Montgomery, as well as Trutland and Willard counties until 7:30 a.m. So it's just north of our area, just north of the 62 counties. But while we're on, let's touch on it. That's not that far away, and it's not headed our way, though, luckily for our region. But, we can pull up that radar there, the Robbins Air Force Base radar, and see what's going on. I mean, our area is down here in Ben Hill County, but this is just, south of Cochran there around the Greston or Greaston community. I'm not sure to pronounce that, out of our area, but moving toward areas like Plainfield and Georgia there this morning. Not Plainfield, I don't know why I know. Seeing Plainfield, that reminds you that tornado years ago that was so deadly up that way in meteorology history. But no, this is Georgia, and this is not, overwhelming. It'll be a weaker tornado if it's on the ground there. And again, this is just south of the Empire community, just northwest of Eastman, Georgia, south of Cochran. So that's a tornado warning. That is something they're watching up there. Macon TV market, Savannah TV market, and I know I don't think any of these would really be Albany, though. They might Dodge. I mean, they might come on for them there. That's not an area, though. That's in my 62 counties. But I know that is part of the Macon, part of the Savannah, TV area, I would think. Again, that's really honestly kind of no man's land. I know it's Macon. Normally I'm a little bit better on this. This is not an area that I always had. I know Vidalia is Savannah. I know Dublin's Macon there, and we have some of that area included in that county there. So that is Lawrence County. But, Dodge County there is where we're kind of watching things right now. As we're looking at things this morning there in the more central Georgia. So, as you're looking just north of Eastman. So, again, that's not my area, but it's still something to watch. A quick spin of tornado possible up that way. You see a gust there getting toward I-75 toward Cordele, 51 miles an hour a little while ago. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking them, as we're trying to give you guys the very latest there. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on things. I'm going to try to put the model guides. I know some of you guys have plans here. It's Daytona 500 Sunday. So we need to kind of get into some of the model guidance here a little bit. And let's show you what it's supposed to look like around right now, according to one view from a little while ago. And it's doing okay with that. I'll keep the current warnings up. But this is the view. It's supposed to be a radar, what it looked like a 7 and 8. Maybe a little bit behind, but not much. 9 o'clock, you see, going through Tallahassee, 9 to 10 on this. So, because it's maybe a little behind, I would say, by 10, it's just going to be a lingering shower activity at that point toward Tallahassee. This event that should be over in Tallahassee by 10 a.m., based on this at least. And then you see the threat coming towards dark around 1 o'clock, give or take. Again, it's maybe a little bit behind, so it could be closer to noon, as we referred to and indicated last night in that stream, in the description. And we have areas like Flagler County by 3 o'clock moving on through. And then you see it kind of breaking up as it gets toward Daytona. But the thing about it is, this isn't like, football, where if there's no lightning, they can continue. It's more like, to some degree, like baseball, the Daytona 500, or even worse. Just a little bit of rain there, and they can't be racing. It could have a significant delay. So that's something to keep in mind there as they're looking toward Daytona Beach and Daytona area there. I mean, it shows it kind of weakening on approach there, which is good, but rain is not good. And that could be, a very big issue there in terms of hours of delays. We've seen it many times, many times before. Too bad, Super Bowl Sunday got moved a week later, meaning now, last weekend would have been good. About a year is not good, but last weekend would have been good. This weekend, not good in terms of having issues. I know it's supposed to be moved up to about 1:30ish. I'm not too big into racing here, but I know there's some different, numbers out there based on TV coverage, and I believe the TV coverage starts at like 11:30, and then of course there'll be things like the national anthem and the like there leading up to the, toward that race. But again, you see here, this is 2 o'clock. I have to do my conversions here. Part of the year 19Z is 3 o'clock. Part of the year 2 o'clock. And it depends on the time zone. Of course, Eastern over here. So we're just kind of looking here at this. So this is 2 o'clock here. Of course, Palouse is not in our official area, but it's just outside of our area. So we know a lot of folks of interest are going to be, maybe tuning in right now and or going down there here. A lot of folks watching from up here because it's not that far away. And 3 o'clock, there could be issues. Starting at 1:30, unless that's changed, I have to look. Unless that's changed here again, it's not going to be done. It's not going to be done. Yeah, but let's say we get going, and at 3 or so we have a delay, maybe a little early because it could be lightning on some of that. Then you have, this is 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, still rain. And then maybe by about 7 or 8 o'clock they can race. So maybe they move it up earlier. It might be too late to do that, quite honestly, based on the logistical concerns. That could be an issue there. Current radar, again, we just had some new warning information come out, new updates. I'm staying on here past 7 at this point, and then wrap, unless we have something to stay on for continuous, and then I'll come back at 7:30. But we'll go on past 7 now since I'm already this far along here with everything, as folks maybe just waking up, just tuning in here on this Sunday morning, as some of you guys trying to get out to church here and the like. This is the forecast model for 1 o'clock around start. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation now, we'll note baseball, FSU, that looks pretty good. Now Gainesville, they moved theirs, they already got it done. So this, so as the storms around Gainesville 1 this afternoon, give or take. Again, this could be a little bit behind as we're looking at things. It could be, closer. This is supposed to be 1 o'clock with the model here, but I think that might be more like 12 o'clock. So this might be more like 11 o'clock this morning. So okay, so we're going to keep on looking at things here. Let me put on some satellite infrared. It's not showing really cold cloud tops, but just a busy pattern here overall. And even all that snow in toward western Kentucky and the like. Inch and a half or so around southern Illinois and Pulaski County, I see. So that came through quick there and pretty heavy, but they're going to have a lot more later on in the week and toward parts of the heartland. A very significant amount of snow expected up that way. So that's going to be a pretty big deal for those folks. as we're looking to be an ice situation in North Carolina. We'll see on that as I continue to watch things out from my 62 counties here, as I try to keep you guys safe and informed. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Got a lot going on this Sunday morning, this February 16th here, 2025. So, again, just trying to keep you guys informed here. Trying to let you guys know what is happening. Very active situation. So again, just trying to be on top of things here. Again, we're at 6:56 a.m. I know in like the Heartland, they had a quick 1 to 2 inches of accumulation. And we're like, Southeast Missouri, that vicinity here with the gusty winds at 35 miles an hour and the like. So that's not fun, but should kind of move out for now, but gonna get a lot worse later in the week up there. Overall, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation, just checking all the latest information here. Just checking everything out. Again, we're at 6:56 a.m., 6:57 now. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Got a report at 5:50 a.m. in Holmes County in the Panhandle. It's Eastern, so make it 4:50, I guess, Central Time. A tree that was down that took out power line there. Looks like Highway 179. There needs to be thunderstorm warning too for Ben Hill and Irwin at 8:30 this morning. Could have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. We did get some new wind reports toward our area as well. Terrell County, a gust of 56 miles an hour. Weather flow site at 6:02 a.m. A gust in Randolph County, a UGA station, measured a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust around Shellman. Doherty County there, I'm measuring that side. We talked about, the airport area. They had a gust of 48. They had a gust of 44 in Jackson County, just outside of the area, just a little while ago as well. 44-mile-an-hour gusts. So, pretty busy here this morning, causing some power outages. Hopefully not as many as we had for the west and north of our area, but still problematic here. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking things, as you see, new warning up in just north of our area, Peachtree City office issuing that. So that's for areas there like around McRae, Georgia, and Eastman, Georgia, Abbeville as well. So I know in the Heartland, I just want to touch on this because this kind of, all of a sudden they had issued advisories there in the night, and they had quite a bit of snow up there as you're looking there, but now that's kind of clearing out, but it is, below freezing here behind that. So interesting situation. Nashville market, some, areas were under tornado warning last night. Then they're getting snow. They've had flooding in Kentucky, now snow. This is a vivid, active system. The next threat midweek is going to be even more so for some of these areas further off toward the north. So this is some really, in some cases, pretty heavy snowfall here toward some of these areas as we're looking up that way. So as we're kind of looking at things, as we're kind of tracking things here, let's go ahead and remind you guys here of our area, of our region. Just trying to keep you informed. Again, we're approaching 7 o'clock right now on this Sunday. Okay, so again, sticking with you past a little after 7, so then unless we have to stick with it because of a tornado warning, so I'm more concerned, then we'll come back at 7:30. But we're right here on the verge of the top of the hour. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Again, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings here in Boise Tipton. You're not going to be too far behind from getting to some of this activity there. And Moultrie, not too far behind, but Camilla's starting to get into it now. Sylvester, you guys, on the edge of it. The warning there, for some of these areas goes to 7:45. The warning for Fitzgerald and Ocilla there to 8:30 this morning. Ben Hill and Irwin counties, you're into that wind gust threat, damaging wind gust threat. Of course, we could have winds out ahead, outside of the storms. That could be still pretty strong 40, yes, but these could be the 60 that really cause more problems and, some pretty nasty concerns. Got a warning for areas around Bainbridge until 7:30 this morning. Decatur and Seminole counties. Some pretty nasty winds coming into that area. A little bit of Liberty County under a warning here from this accident, just west of our area. That warning goes to 8 a.m. Eastern time. So got a lot going on. We have a tornado warning here. So I'll zoom out just a little more just north of our area for Dodge. Portions of that county as well as Lawrence, Montgomery, Trutland, and Wheeler counties. So again, just watching that situation. We're just going to go ahead and continue to track it all. Continue to track it all here for you. And let's look at Sylvester. I know on that, Moody Air Force Base radar view. Let me go ahead and look at the Sylvester area. A little bit of rotation there. I mean, these have all been kind of signing a little bit of it. Eventually, I feel like we're going to get a tornado warning just to kind of pop up. There's just enough rotation with this. But if nothing else, we have these winds here that are very strong. Could be damaging in some cases, getting down toward the surface and causing problems here on this Sunday morning as we're looking at things. You see Bainbridge gust to 43 here in the last few minutes in Decatur County, and you guys are getting to some of this. Let's go to the Tallahassee radar view there, and there you go. I mean, the airport's already kind of getting into it. Watch for rotation around there. It could be a little something I don't see a lot, but rotation-wise, but definitely could be some damaging wind there around Bainbridge. You have to pay attention. These are really tough to pick out, because there's little greens and reds in there. Are they enough to produce a tornado? Well, this service doesn't think so. Haven't really had any reports, around our area yet of that. I don't really think so for the most part either, but I just know from history one or two of those could do it without anybody really realizing it, and then you could have a problem on your hands with some, enhanced damage, an enhanced damage corridor. Radar coverage, some areas, it's good, some areas it's not good. Something could get under the radar, doesn't get picked up in this type of pattern. I've seen it, this time, of the year quite a bit over the years, and this type of pattern over the years as well. So we got to be very mindful of that as we're tracking the situation this morning on this Sunday morning in February 2025 on that 16th day of the month. So, severe thunderstorm warning, new one just coming out for Grady and Thomas, now at 8:30 a.m. Let's go ahead and zoom on into Roy. You see he's out ahead because of that damage concern. So this is, so on at 7:01 a.m., it's severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from 11 miles northeast there of West Bainbridge to near Chattahoochee, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Cairo, Thomasville, Boston, Glockney, Coolidge, Wiggum, Barwick, Thomasville Airport, over toward Capel, Dillon, Everett, Rocky Hill, Merrillville, Chastain, Harold Still, Calvary, as well as Prince's Still and Peoples Still under this. So we're just going to have to keep on tracking this, keep on monitoring it. I know that towards Sylvester, we're watching things there. In Worth County, we have an advisory for Coffee and Atkinson, but that may get upgraded to a warning. I think it's kind of a pre-warning here. There could be some danger in that area. Let me see if we can get a camera up around Sylvester. I don't want to tell Tallahassee radars, so, some of the radar views might get us a better look, but I'm going to try to see if we can get a view out of Sylvester and a Georgia 511 system that, we started getting some views off of for our coverage on, those days in January with that winter storm. Yeah, it looks pretty active there if the camera's still going. Let's pull this up live. State Road 520 at Livingston Street in Worth County, Georgia, right around Sylvester. I know going through there years ago, I mean, this would have had to have been about 10 years ago or so, a little bit more. I know I saw a little bit of some sparks there from power line, I believe it was, and some strong weather coming on through there in the summertime, if it wasn't severe warning. But you can see here, looking at this viewpoint, kind of giving you guys the idea on what's going on. Definitely some inclement weather. I know, going back to that memory about 10 years ago or so, that was my late dad, and seeing that interesting there for sure there with the heavy downpours now. But this is more of that school line type setup here, that more, type of a pattern where it's not every day like it is in the summer. this is something that is a bigger deal. And just for this little while, you want to avoid travel if you can. That's on a Sunday morning. Hopefully you're not having to go out. A few folks might. But this isn't the best weather to be going out in these areas now. I was talking about church and stuff here earlier on, to the east. Like if you're on Stark, you can go to church. I mean, anybody can go to church if they want to, don't get me wrong. But my point is, in terms of the weather concern, as we're looking at this, as we're tracking the situation, in terms of the weather, it should be all right here. As we're kind of seeing things here this morning, just as you like towards dark, as you're getting out, you could have some nasty weather in toward the region. You might be able to beat it home, might not. It's hard to say, but be around noon, coming on through this dark area. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation here, as we're monitoring everything. So again, this is Worth County though. We're on Sylvester this morning. Some of these areas, assuming down power lines, down trees and spots, which could be happening. It's a possibility. Then this stuff will be moving on out before some of those church sessions start here this morning. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. That's something that a little more of a factor since it's Sunday than maybe normal day. You'd be talking more about that morning commute. So at least in a school commute for that matter, at least we're not having to deal with those for the most part. School for sure, unless it's Sunday school, and then the morning commute. Not as many folks out heading out to work on a Sunday. So again, just continuing to give you guys the latest information here as we're looking State Road 520 at Livingston Street in Worth County. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on what is going on. Sylvester, Georgia. It's under severe thunderstorm warning for the next little bit, but some of the worst is coming on through right now. See some folks trying to travel through all this here as you're down with it, as you're tracking things here again. Just the one-man bands. I'm trying to keep everything, really kind of watched here per se in the meteorology world. So a lot going on, but no tornado warnings officially right now. We've got to watch out because there's always that chance. There's always that chance we could have a tornado that spins up with little or no advance warning. So again, you just got to stay tuned here. You just got to stay safe. As that camera, I think we've been on it long enough anyway. It goes out for now, but you can see it on Sylvester, Shingler, Coverdale. Again, just watching some of this activity up that way in South Central Georgia. Tracking all this here. We just have a new severe thunderstorm warning popping up now in North Florida. But first, let's look at this. This is tornado vortex signature zone of northwest of Cairo. There's some weak rotation in here. We need to watch. It's going to be hard to say for sure on any of this stuff. But that's been a little bit of. I know we got a warning to the south, thunderstorm warning, but I just want to make sure that almost looks like it's right on the line here. You never know. There's always a chance we could have a quick spin up tornado in some of this. This is northwest of Cairo. You see Thomasville to the southeast and the like. But again, just continuing to watch things here. Continuing to give you guys the very latest. You can see around State Road 179 some heavy downpours in northwestern parts of Grady County. Again, just trying to keep you up to date here. It's just a situation here we're monitoring very carefully, and then got a new warning for Gadsden for Liberty. That is till 8:30 this morning. Okay, that just popped up. So let's go ahead and check on these angles here. Definitely have some wind concern in here. We'll have to watch weak rotation, but got a warning. Got a severe thunderstorm warning to 8:30 for Gadsden and northeastern Liberty at 7:07 a.m. Severe thunderstorms looking along the line extending from about 10 miles northeast of Chattahoochee to 15 miles west of Bluntstown, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So Quincy, Midway, Havana, Greensboro, Chattahoochee, Gretna, Bristol, Fremont, as well as Rock Bluff, Littman, Juniper, Douglas City, Darcy, Florence, Hosford, as well as Scotland, Rosedale, Jameson, and Santa Clara under this. So no official, tornado warnings in our area, but a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Bainbridge, Camilla, and Sylvester, Ashburn all getting into some pretty nasty activity right now. And I'll be watching in areas like Quincy next little bit, Thomasville, and Cairo next little bit, Moultrie, Tipton, Fitzgerald as well. So gonna be very, nasty concern here and around these areas. And we're just going to have to watch it because any of these could tighten up into a tornado warning pretty quick on us here. That looks, this is one angle. Looks like it's trying to tighten up a little northeast of Darwin. So we'll keep our eyes on that. I know that's where some of the TV transmitters are, but, in that market. But again, let's go ahead and keep looking at things. Talking about TV stations there in the Albany market. Again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed here this morning. It's all about keeping you guys up to date. Since we don't have any official tornado warnings right now, we're going to wrap it at 7:30. That's the plan. But if I need to come back on here sooner, then I will, obviously, whether those channels have been really tighten up, really showing some even more significant wind, or obviously if the tornado warning gets issued, we need to come back on immediately with that here to protect you, your friends, and your family. But for now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Just see if there's any more questions, comments here. So we have Nicole Watson from Pelham. Thanks for tuning in, Nicole, as well as the rest of our viewers here on the different platforms. As we're looking here, I see a gust of 50 miles an hour recently in Bay County in Florida around Lynn Haven. They were hit so hard by Hurricane Michael in 2018. Pelham, I know that's where the PBS station, I believe it is. Channel 14, and we picked up some of the antenna here recently. They're located over there. I'm talking about way down here in Stark. We have some, pretty good equipment to be able to pick up some of these stations, and then Pelham there. I think it's WAVW. I want to say. I hope I got those call letters right. PBS station down there. But I digress. Anyway, as you're looking at this here, we have some of this nasty weather coming on in here. Looking in toward this area this morning, you can see watching some of the activity. So, tuning in, like our viewer out of Pelham is, you have some pretty nasty wind coming on in here next few moments. Right about now, it's picking on up in Pelham there in southern Mitchell County. So, again, definitely some nasty concern here. This morning, as I'm watching things, we just got an update on a severe thunderstorm warning in the south. So, there's just always lots to watch here in this type of pattern. Watching some rotation northwest of Greensboro. We have some rotation back out here to warning Panama City and Calhoun and Gulf, Liberty, Washington counties. Some weak rotation, but it's not quite in our area yet. But again, no local in our 62 counties. Tornado warnings in effect, so be really careful. These could still be dangerous, could be deadly still. Well, we're not going to quite stick with this wall to wall since we don't have any tornado warnings, but we'll be back immediately if we need to be here, obviously, with a tornado warning, something like that. But otherwise, I'll be back here at 7:30 with more information. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'm going to catch my breath for a little bit, and we'll be back here in just a little bit. Please stay safe here on this Sunday as a tornado watch. Has this been updated? Okay, it's about to update here. We got, looks like canceled out Calhoun, Arley, and Terrell, but it's been expanded to eastward now to include Madison, Taylor, Lanier, and Lowndes. And continuing some of the areas, you just saw an update there. The yellow shaded area, that's till 10 a.m. So now, but Austin, Perry are now under a tornado watch here, as these conditions will definitely be favorable for some severe weather and potentially tornadic activity. And in close to the watch area, may even get more of this further east later with the watches as well. So busy morning. Keep it tuned in here for the latest.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. on this Sunday morning, tracking here severe thunderstorm warnings in a lot of our region here. So very important to keep our eyes on. In fact, you just see though in the pinkish color, we just got a severe thunderstorm watch issued off toward the east now, and to it looks like a 1 o'clock. So this came in here in the last few seconds. In fact, as we're looking at things. It does not actually include the Stark Gainesville area specifically, but it does include Lake City, McClenny, Jacksonville, and Northward Roy for some severe thunderstorms in close to that watch area. So tornado watch to the west, severe thunderstorm watch to the east. That could all ultimately get expanded a little bit further south depending on the overall parameters. I know they probably want to be a little careful here right now on maybe not trying to overwarn toward the Daytona 500 over alert, but could be an issue down there, and this could get expanded to being, right on the edge of that area, or, it could even get into that area or some type of new watch. Maybe gets issued here to kind of cover some of these counties, right in here, and then maybe just going down into Volusia, give or take. But again, as we're looking at things, as they're tracking, tornado watch till 10 in the yellow, severe thunderstorm watch in the pink until 1 p.m. Again, AT&Z. That'd be 1 o'clock here this afternoon as we're tracking things here with the overall meteorology. So, again, that's some late breaking information, but let's go ahead and see right now. Gadsden County, severe thunderstorm warning in play until about 8:30 a.m. Looking toward Thomasville and Cairo. Cairo is getting into that area right now. Thomasville a little later. Moultrie pretty soon for you guys. Tipton, pretty soon for you. It's on your doorstep. Same with Fitzgerald. As we're tracking things further on up toward the north. So some damaging winds, possibility of not a likelihood in towards some of these areas here this morning. So definitely a cause for concern as we're looking at things here. Several severe thunderstorm warnings in play here as we are tracking things here overall. So very busy, obviously, in toward that weather center. Let me go ahead here and see if there are any new questions, comments. I see North Carolina viewer watching. I know up toward, parts of that state. And I'll zoom out just real quick here. But up toward some of those areas, it's a bit thunderstorm warning on the way there, for instance, up toward it looks like area there around Greensboro. So that's interesting to take note of there as we are tracking the overall situation. So again, just I know there's a lot to keep tabs on here this morning as we are tracking things here in toward the weather center. So again, we're at 7:34 right now. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings in quite a few areas, and it looks like still continuing at 8 o'clock, including a little bit of Liberty County further back toward the west here with some of this activity. You see up toward Gadsden County and Liberty and that too. Then you see Bainbridge. I don't believe you're under a warning anymore, but you still have some lightning and heavy rain around there. Thomasville, you're under a warning. Up toward Tipton, a warning. Fitzgerald, a warning. So there's just a lot to keep tabs on. Let's do something we haven't done here in a little bit, and that is go to one of the other views on the radar, and maybe the Tallahassee. I want to see how the rotation, if there is any, is looking toward like Quincy in a little bit. I wanted to watch that, but and then further down toward the south, a little bit out that way as well. Not overwhelming, but that wind here definitely have some wind in there. I know we're watching, toward Georgia. Could have some of these brighter colored indicative of damage. Went to about 60 trying to get to the surface. That's pretty nasty on Cairo, east side of town there. As I see you up the north, we're getting a report in Lee County, Georgia now of a tree down on Double Great Drive, 3 miles south of Oakland, Georgia. So that was from 627. But it's coming on in. Moultrie got some strong winds moving on in toward your area right now. In toward parts of Colquitt County. That's what it looked like earlier, but that's what it looks like now. Tipton, we got some pretty nasty weather, there in Tift County. So there's just a lot happening, obviously. I know power outages, we've seen a handful, not overwhelming numbers, but I've been looking on behind the scenes, several hundred out in some of these Georgia counties out here as I've been looking south of Albany. And then I want to see if we can pull up some traffic cameras right now. Let me go ahead and kind of go over toward some traffic cameras here and see what we might have. So let's check toward Tipton there in Tipp County. We're going to go ahead and look up that way right now. Bear with me. We'll try. I see there's a crash there. In that area, 75 over the last little bit. So not what you want to hear with the storms coming on in. Not saying the weather caused it or anything, but let's go to this side out here. Sun's coming up now to some degree. Not going to see the sun, but more light, obviously. So let's go ahead and pull this up toward State Road 520 and Virginia Avenue. By the way, new warning further down there, Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, and Tipp counties until 9 a.m. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Still a possibility, but as you see here, definitely not fun weather there toward the Tipton area this morning as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them here with the camera shots. That's just one perspective. I'll move away from it. By the way, see Adale, on the area under that new warning as we are tracking things there this morning till 9 a.m. So some nasty weather coming on in. You see Moultrie, you see Tipton, and the like. This activity moving there. Let's check the speed on this newest warning. They're saying east at about 45 miles an hour. It's maybe a little slower. Might make it just a tad bit harder for some of that wind to get down to the surface, but it's still going to get down there in a lot of ways. A lot of these areas here this morning. So something to be mindful of here for sure. As we are tracking all of this, as we are trying to pay attention, obviously, toward these different, communities, toward these different backyards. So let's see what else we might have on some traffic camera images there out of Georgia. Moultrie's getting into some of this, so let's check some of those shots. We're checking toward Colquitt County right now. Let's see what we might have. Trying to pick these out on the fly, but here you go. State Road 35, Tipton Road area. And you can see definitely not a great start to the day weather-wise. Then as we go ahead and see what else here, just trying to get on in there. I'm just going through some of these live on the air here. Let me see. I know we're not into it, here it won't be for a while toward like Stark and Gainesville, but you see the watch just didn't want to see thunderstorm watch till 1 o'clock, but could be a situation here, we are getting the storms later on. We'll be getting some storminess. Just want to go ahead and pull up one of our looks here. We're just past sunrise, so just want to try to kind of get an idea here on what's going on at 68 degrees here east of Stark, as I'm kind of watching everything, all these different factors, and you see kind of a gloomy start here in terms of seeing some of that cloud cover around. Definitely seeing some clouds here, but we'll have to see how much instability we can get in there, see how many breaks we can get in the clouds. But again, just trying to see our newest updates. We got a new warning now for Tallahassee. So it's a thunderstorm warning for Leon County until 9:15 a.m. We also, we already talked about the Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, Tipp till 9 a.m. I know we've been trying to keep tabs on everything, covering that one. There's so many things to cover, but now we have Tallahassee, the main FSC campus, FAMU, and I believe it's now Tallahassee State College there, under a severe thunderstorm warning till 9:15 this morning. So 9:15, that's when that expires. So we have some damaging conditions moving toward the metro here of Tallahassee. Talked about last night just after sunrise, and now just after sunrise we have a warning for Tallahassee for damaging winds. This is a situation a little bit easier to track once we had that line out to the west in Mississippi and the like last night. The models, you could kind of tell based on the speed, there wasn't much stopping it. And now, that's how we were able to get kind of an idea on the overall motion here about when this would arrive. And now here you go. It's around Quincy now. It's moving in, east of the official movement, but southeast, with the overall flood and kind of see what I'm talking about. I know it's a little bit, because the axis moving east, but you kind of have some of this axis dipping south as well as 40 miles an hour here, but with the speed, but 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as we're talking about Tallahassee, Woodville, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, FAMU, Doak Campbell Stadium, Lake Bradford, as well as Leon Sinks, the Gaither Community Center, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Walker Ford Community Center, Miccosukee, South City, 8 Mile Pond, Griffin Heights, Bloxham, Tallahassee Airport, Governor Square Mall, Natural Bridge, and Midtown. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Could have to watch still for a quick spin up tornado and all this. We do have maybe folks headed out to church and the like. Maybe a few headed out to, that Sunday school even out ahead of that, and then some headed out to work, but it won't be the roads as busy as it would be on a weekday. So that's a good thing at least. But as we're continuing to watch things, I see Augusta 48 or so in Gadsden County over the last little bit. So we're just going to keep our eyes on all of this here. Let me go ahead and get our loop going. I'm getting reports of many trees down around Graceville, just west of our area in Jackson County. That's what I was concerned about. Some of that translating to toward our area, as we're tracking things here, as we're kind of tracking the overall situation. So getting our loop going on the radar here right now, though, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking, and I'm going to kind of try to say what we're talking about here with some of this here in the meteorology. I know it's a little tricky here as we're kind of looking, but the overall movement's east here, and in some ways you see in some of this it's kind of an illusion. Some of it's kind of moving north, but then the overall complex is kind of sinking southward here too. So it's kind of confusing here in some ways. That's why I just kind of go with east here. But some of that stuff, coming from the northwest to some degree here down to the southeast. I mean, kind of again tricky here in the overall meteorology, but you kind of get the idea as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them here this morning. You kind of watch that forward motion. You kind of watch that overall situation here. Just having that situational awareness, obviously, on what's going on how it is tracking. I know, southern part of Jackson County, many trees down. So if you want to check, I'm going to take the power outage numbers up there here in just a second, just again west of our area. Some of that stuff around Mariana kind of dipping into toward Gadsden County, and it's been going through Seminole Decatur here to some degree as well over the last little bit. So again, you're seeing some pretty high winds there, so I suspect we're going to have quite a few power outages in Gadsden County here, and that could translate off toward Leon County and even Thomasville as well to some degree. I know we got a lot happening here. Some rotation around areas near Coolidge. We'll watch that. No tornado warning, but again, we could have something quickly spin up with little or no advance warning. I keep urging you guys just to listen, out for the latest updates. But we also have to listen out for, there'll be a freight train noise in some of these areas here too. And you need to take those tornado precautions at once because something could develop here. You're really, just under some thunderstorm warning. That's still bad enough because a tornado could still happen there. And you don't really have a heads up, unfortunately. So, again, just continuing to keep tabs on things here. Power outage numbers, let's check that. So, I'm going to go over there right now. Going to check those numbers in Georgia and Florida. So, let me go ahead and just put this up full screen. We'll do it like that. So, let me go ahead and pull this on in here. And it's going to be just waking up. We're still a ways away from the storms around Stark, but there's now a watch until 1 o'clock from McClinney areas there, further off toward the north, as well with things. I know Jacksonville and Duval County, in terms of that severe thunderstorm watch, you guys are under it. Lake City and Live Oak, you guys are under it in points north, but a tornado watch further west, which is a little more concerning, obviously, here this morning. So, again, I'm checking everything. A lot's happening, so let's go ahead and pull the power outage map on in now. You see, these counties in the north, I mean, look at all that around, like Columbus and LaGrange area, give or take. Especially just north of Columbus, you have quite a few outages. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warning in Coffee County right now. Jacksonville office getting into it with, warning being issued from them now at 8:30 a.m. That's part of their county warning area, but so it's a pretty quick progression, but still it takes a while to get it through so many areas of our region, being 62 counties. But Quitman County, 159 customers in the dark. Baker County in Georgia, 394. Mitchell County, 479. Miller, 32. Those aren't terrible, but might not be getting everything reported on here. But Grady County, 161. You saw 95 in Decatur. Some of these are hard to see, so I kind of go past them, but you do see a few. 241 customers out in Lee County in Georgia. I know areas for the north probably got a little worse, but also there's more people up there. And then this overall, these are a lot of outages here. And you see about 250,000 in the dark, according to the outage map in Georgia, Alabama, about 165,000 Mississippi, and then other states, Tennessee, Virginia. Some outages, by the way, Mitchell County is reporting. We're on Pelham, 708. We were talking about you guys earlier on. A tree now and a power line's been down on Old Georgia Highway 3, 4 miles north of Pelham in Mitchell County. But let's go to Florida numbers here. I want to see what Jackson County has as we kind of look at things here. It's pretty, early on. So now I have the whole scope of this being seen. 57 customers died in Jackson County so far. 248 in homes. But it may be higher now based on all the trees being down. Yeah, I suspect, as this gets into North Gaston now, like it is, and further over in the county than North Leon, we're going to see these numbers in the state of Florida increase. So. Okay, so we're just going to keep on watching all of this, keep on tracking it here as the situation does evolve. As the situation does evolve here this morning. Again, just a lot going on all the different platforms to keep you guys safe, obviously, and informed. You see Douglas, Broxton into that warning at 8:30 this morning. Adele, we have folks that watch us out of Cook County. You guys are under a warning there. From 9:75 until 9 a.m. Severe thunderstorm winds possible. Tornado can't completely rule it out, but there's no formal tornado warning right now. Thomasville, some nasty weather coming on in. Similar story. For most of these areas, you see Northern Leon and those areas might have a little worse than Tallahassee. We'll see, but I'm talking about like FSU, Tallahassee, but we'll just wait and see. It could be areas that I-10 north, but again, this is all sinking down here to the south, so it gets very tricky. I mean, some of this stuff, we have a new warning now for Franklin, Gulf, Liberty, and Wakulla, by the way, as I'm talking about the overall storyline. You'll see what I'm talking about here when that box pops up. But this stuff here is kind of tricky when you're watching the motion on it. Because some of our markers are going to take it east, some are going to take it northeast, but then you also have it all kind of dipping down. So it gets tricky. That's why I just kind of go with east here, leave it at that. But it's not, quite as simple as that sometimes here in the overall meteorology. Kind of different things go on here as we're tracking again. Leon County, Tallahassee, you're under the warning at 9:15 here this morning. So we're just going to keep on watching you guys. But then we also have a new warning that'll be popping up here right now. Franklin, Gulf, Liberty, Wakulla to 9:15 because we have more acts and more 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential just everywhere here across our region this morning. Trying to keep you guys safe. We're talking about Gulf, Wakulla, Liberty, and Franklin at 9:15. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust possible. Woodville, Caravel, St. Mark's, East Point, Apalachicola, Crawfordville, St. George Island, Port St. Joe, Stonemill Creek, Orange, Wakulla, Franklin, Weewahitska, as was South Troppy, Honeyville, Jewel Fire Tower, Sadeville, Royal Bluff, Wakulla Springs. You kind of get the idea. I know, the storm's moving so quick. Last night we were tracking southeast parts of the heartland, per se, the Cape Florida Paducah TV market, tornado warnings up there. Then, some of them are getting snow. Not that long after, and then that was less than 12 hours ago. We had tornado warnings up there. Now we have the acts in Ward R area. That's just how quick this stuff's going. Generally, you're not gonna get stuff to move that quick. Sometimes, you'll get a threat. It'll kind of break up, and then it'll be down here in a couple days. So this is going very rapidly here. The overall wind pattern is a bigger story than the tornado pattern for us. Doesn't mean we can't have a quick spin up though. Again, with a little or no advance warning. It's definitely a possibility, but the wind concern, those winds, are the bigger story here, the bigger deal this morning. We're in alert mode, charted devices up. Tallahassee, coming on in here over the next little bit in Leon County as we're dealing with this. But it's in Gadsden right now. Let's see if we can get a Florida 511 camera perspective up at Gadsden here as we're dealing with this. Give me a moment. Getting our system going with this. I've been on the Georgia cameras, but now want to try to get a look at a Florida camera. Let's see here. I'm on marker 184.9. Although a new warning now, Brooks, Lanier, and Lowndes until 9:15. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, severe thunderstorm warning up there. Everything's been severe thunderstorm warning so far. Tons of them across our area. Can't write a quick spin of tornado, but it's mainly about the wind so far. But let's go ahead and see this Florida 5-1 camera now. This view here from areas west of Tallahassee or Gadsden County. You see the inclement conditions. Luckily, though, for things like FSU baseball, things are going to be moving out. As we're looking ahead later toward the late morning, early afternoon for them. It may still be a little wet, but hopefully the tarp's out and the light. But things, will clear on up there compared toward like Gainesville, where they moved. It will clear up eventually, but they moved their game, third game, and to make it a doubleheader yesterday in baseball. And then we're also keeping our eyes on things here, like the Daytona 500, of course. It's very important for a lot of people. And I have a feeling, we said in the motto and earlier on, I have a feeling here it's going to be a situation where we end up having some issues because, they moved it ahead some. And I'm going to step off real quick. So, we're going to keep our eyes on some of these cameras for sure. This isn't a whole bunch that I've seen, but let me go ahead and I'll go back over toward our, some of our different mapping here. Just remind you of our area. Volusia's just outside of it, but I just want to see if there's any update. Because, it's not like, the TV station, they're going to have people telling you in your ear what's going on stuff like this. There's been a change. If there's been a change at the Daytona 500 or something, again in the start time, I kind of have to look that up myself here because it's just a one-man band. So again, let me just see it because I'm not sure how they're going to do it at this point. They probably just need to kind of, if they could somehow move it ahead even more, but I think that's going to be tough. They really probably should have, in hindsight, another forecast one thing on Friday for a little later, but now earlier, probably should have tried to move it up even more. Maybe even starting in the late morning or something, but that probably would have been a better idea, maybe. But I don't think they're going to avoid the weather problems unless they shorten the race. It's, I don't know the exact rule. They seem to change, racing quite a bit over year to year. So you just never know here, I'm not too big into racing, myself, but my point is, you have to be kind of mindful here that sometimes they end these races early. I know, they're going to have enhanced security there too. Looking like, based on some reports, that President Donald Trump will be there today at the race. So, between him being there and the weather, then, there could be some extra delays getting on in, and could be, experience for folks that have gone over the years that is maybe a little bit different than years past. But green flag's supposed to be at 2 o'clock from what I'm seeing here, but I don't know if that's even going to happen. They would have to either move that up or just wait when they could start it, but then they probably have to stop real quick. So it's going to be a tricky situation there. Okay. Anyway, we're trying to give you guys the very latest here in the Weather Center. Trying to keep you up to date. 7:55 a.m. on this Sunday morning, February 16th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. I was just stepping out, of the chroma key to get some updates. So I know. Let me get away from this shot now. We're in Bradford. We don't cover Volusia officially, but we know a lot of folks are headed down there just south of Flagler and the like. But again, looking at the radar, I'm looking at some cameras here too. Tornado watch, by the way, is canceled. Baker in Georgia, Decatur, Daugherty, Miller, Mitchell, Seminole, Turner, and Worth. Continue for some other areas, of 10. I know we have a severe thunderstorm watch, so as we're looking at things toward like Baker and Florida, not Clay and Florida right now though, but we cover Clay and Baker both in Florida and Georgia, so I know it gets confusing. I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date on what's going on here. Trying to keep you informed on what's happening. As we're looking at things, you see southwest of Thomasville here. Some rotation maybe at Thomasville going right into town right now. Some heavy action here on that outflow. Some storms coming on in here. We're going to be watching the activity of it off. Of course, under a warning though, as we look ahead and toward the timeline, that warning goes out there until about, and I'm just trying to look through all this because we've had so many of these updates, but Lake Park, Lakeland, off equipment, Hihara 09, 15, I-75 at exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, Bremerton, Dasser, Barwick, Grooverville, Barrett, over toward Impress, Cliaville, Brooks County Airport, and I-75 at exit 11. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed. Again, more severe warnings coming on out here this morning. Let's see if we can get a camera on Thomasville on the Georgia 511 source here. Trying to keep you guys up to date. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the situation. So Thomas County, Thomasville. Let's see if we can get a camera up. I know we're now able to get some of these shots up out of Georgia. Got some of them up there during the winter weather here recently. A lot of them not able to get, but trying to take advantage of what we can up that way. Some of these Georgia 511, Georgia Department of Transportation camera views. Let's pull this one up. I know, it gives you a little bit of an idea of what's going on here into where Thomasville or, that area, Smith Avenue. It looks like you see some of the, overall action here. Pretty nasty. Georgia 511 camera. As you see some folks trying to brave the elements here this morning, but gotta stay safe as we're looking there toward Thomas County. So again, we're just gonna keep on going here and continue to give you the updates. We're gonna go past 8 and then kind of do like we did earlier and wrap for a little bit and come back at 8:30 unless we need to pop back on sooner for a tornado warning and something more urgent. But a lot happening here with the weather this morning. Having to stick with this a lot. Let me go ahead and I'm not able to get a lot of these views, and a slight risk of severe weather, even a little bit at least of the Tampa jurisdiction. Okay, let's just do that then. Let's go ahead and go over there and show you this. It's going to be the latest risk here, so bear with me to continue to give you the latest updates. So there, you see your risk. It does end in Levy County with a slight risk all the way down to Cedar Key and through Stark. So even though we're not in the watch, it could get a local extension into some of these areas, depending on how things hold together. I think they just want to wait to see how the activity holds together before they do, some of these counties further south of I-10. But we'll see how things develop, evolve. And you see temperature contrast, 74 Tallahassee, 59 out toward Gadsden County. So again, just trying to give you the latest. This is your wind risk here because, the 5% to green, not getting Daytona officially, but could have rain. That's the thing. Don't even need lightning to delay the Daytona 500 extensively because just a little bit of rain on a track when speeds, they're going so fast, you're going to have problems. So, seeing so many delays, we're just not too much rain over the years. So, could be a problem there, unfortunately. As we're looking here toward tornado risk 2%. That's not, sounds like not much, but we gotta remain alert. See the temperature difference there already, down 15 degrees. I know we're gonna get pretty cool tonight. Some 30s towards some areas here as we look ahead in the nights to come. Depending on where you're at, and then as you look ahead down the timeline, warm up a little bit more active weather on Wednesday, then maybe a freeze for a lot of us toward maybe it's Friday morning, give or take. So just stay tuned for the latest here. The big storyline in terms of some folks trying to plan already. It might not be very, very good outcome here in terms of those plants surviving with the freeze. And we could have some 20s there around Albany here later in the week. So got to keep that in mind as we keep getting warning up. There's all this saying 60-mile-an-hour wind or so, that damaging criteria, and all these yellow boxes. So there's a lot of them. I'll take the watches off for a second because of so many yellow areas here. I mean, these just go. We have Douglas under a warning here. Up in this area, we have areas here. As you're looking around Interstate 75 around Adel, and you see Valdosta there. You have Thomasville under a warning. You have Tallahassee under a warning. As I look over here, Gadsden getting into it now. They're under a warning. Severe thunderstorm, damaging wind. That storyline. McCullough and Liberty and Franklin, you're under a warning. That extends further back. So there's a big active storyline here this morning. All about that wind coming on through. We have a wind advisory. I'm looking at my information here. We did have a gust of 16 here east to start at 7:04 at about 6-7 feet up. It's a situation though where that actually is if you're going a little bit higher up, that's a little bit higher wind, but that's out ahead of the storminess, so you could even higher in the storminess, and the overall pattern could get some more power outages here in store for some more viewers. Already had some here this morning, could have more over the next little bit. So very important to keep our eyes on here in the overall meteorology. As we're tracking things, let's get toward Leon County and Tallahassee right now. See what we might have here on the Doppler. No tornado warnings right now, but we have to watch for quick spin-ups. You see the warning here west of Tallahassee with the worst of convection, in some ways, but then also, I would say, north of Tallahassee, that's the worst here in this shot for sure. So we're talking about areas from Bradfordville up toward the north. You saw Miccosukee there. You saw and see Metcalf on here up in Georgia. We're watching the axis maybe a little bit more robust there, but we're getting close with this storm near the radar right now, so it's hard to say exactly what is the worst of this. But I kind of think it's worse up here. But this pack here definitely could be pretty formidable here as well. So be very mindful of that as we're watching things, as we're tracking things here on your Sunday morning as you're trying to get up for church. Get up for Sunday school, something along those lines, or maybe just get out to work. Maybe you're working on Sunday. And, you just got to be careful. You got to be cautious. You got to be mindful that the roads could be slick in terms of that rain that's falling, some of those oils mixing on in, especially when it first starts to rain. You just got to be careful. If this windshield wiper don't have the lights on, obviously, for going out, and then your car could even shake around, especially if you're going in a warning. You want to try to avoid it if you can, because your car could really shake around, and if you have a quick spin up tornado, not saying it's going to happen in most places, but in a spot or two, quick spin up tornado and all this line, accent here, you get that to, sit down over an area and it could flip some cars. That's definitely possible. So you got to be very mindful of that, and that could be dangerous. That could cause injury. That could cause a fatality. You have a tree to fall in the wind or a tornado on a car. You're driving that, and that could be very, very tragic. So I know we saw that in Elsa, going back toward Jacksonville, I believe it was a few years ago. So again, you just gotta be careful here. Tropical storm Elsa I'm talking about. So again, you just gotta be really careful here. We've even seen trees fall and kill people around, our area. Tragically, even just, not in the storms, but just the wind around before or after a line, and these type of patterns. So you got to be really mindful here. You got to be really careful. You got to be taking a precaution here for sure as we are continuing to give you guys the latest information. So you see I-10 there. You see Bradfordville. That's up toward, of course, 319, US 319. This dominance coming on in. And, we're going to watch it. I know we're kind of a weird point here because looking like it's going to get into toward, the more popular area of Tallahassee before 8:30. I was hoping we could kind of wrap to 8:30. We don't have a tornado warning. I'm not seeing just an overwhelming, damage threat here, but it's not zero. It's, pretty noteworthy. It's going to probably happen in some of these communities. We're going to probably have trees fall in some of these neighborhoods in Tallahassee in the next half hour or so, if it's not already starting to happen now up toward I-10. So I'm going to stick with this a little longer here. Let's look, see if we can get a camera on 319. I don't know if we're going to stick with it or not here over the next few minutes, but let's see with some of these cameras, so that might help, determine what we're dealing with here at the hyperlocal level. So let me see if I can find a camera around 319. Bear with me here. Trying to get my bearings. And that's 319 on that view. So let me go ahead and kind of jump on in here. I'm just trying to, actually that's probably more 27 further back. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and go toward exit 199 then. I'm familiar with that, of course, from going to FSU there, graduated from FSU. That's where I got off at, Monroe Street area. Let's see what it kind of looks like in one of these camera shots then, as we're tracking this. So you can't see a whole lot from this angle, but I just wanted to put up a Florida 5-1 perspective right now on what's going on here this morning. Again, just trying to give you the latest on what is happening. Again, watching out for the 62 counties here. Let me go ahead and see what else I can give you. Again, Leon, we're watching you guys. If a thunderstorm warning over there right now, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Can't completely rule out a quick spin up tornado either, though I'm not seeing a whole lot, from what I've seen on radar, but it, it can be kind of iffy sometimes because, you have to look at stuff really carefully. And it could be one radar frame and you have problems. So you gotta be careful here this morning for sure. Getting a report of a tree down on 112 north, that's just north of the Sylvester, or just south of the Sylvester city limits. 7:05 a.m. is when that happened, it would seem, or at least came into the 911 call center. So a little while ago, but nonetheless, definitely worth noting. Let me go ahead and come back on the wall now. Again, looking at this Florida 5-1 view again. I'm trying to give you the latest toward Tallahassee. So the current plan, I could change my mind here, is just to kind of warn you guys for a few more minutes on this and then take a break at 8:30. But if I see something really pop up or get a tornado warning, obviously, then we'll stick with it here, even longer with this. But, let's just see what we have around North Fleet. I mean, we're right at the radar, so it's going to be hard to see exactly the winds. I'm not convinced we have anything like a tornado signature or anything like what we had in last May or anything like that. But I do think we could have, just based on this pattern, there's probably going to be embedded pockets of stronger gusts that could cause some damage, and, stuff could be vulnerable still from last year, whether it's a flood in a situation in April, the tornadoes in May, or some of the hurricanes we've had over the last few years, go in and around Tallahassee, tropical cyclone activity. So, again, it's been very busy, obviously. So, I'm not saying this to get anything just off the charts overwhelming, but, there's a lot of places to look, and it's always possible if so much happening that I can miss something. That's a lot of wind on there around Bradfordville, but, not all that's going to be reached. And I have a feeling, Bradfordville to Miccosukee, that's where it's probably a little worse. Let's check some of the radar views because we're so close on this one. It's going to be higher up, but I just want to see what velocity's showing. Well, it's showing pretty strong winds higher up, so I mean, you'd expect that. It's just the idea how much of that translates into the surface in Tallahassee or not. So I'm not really getting a whole bunch of new information right now out of Tallahassee, but again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Moving pretty quickly in there toward the metro. Leon County, the state capital, obviously home of FSU, and obviously home of FAMU and Tallahassee State College as well, formerly known as TCC. Okay, guys, there coming in some of these places in Sylvester. Talked about a wind report. Okay, so we had Worth County. There's a report tree down on Highway 313 just south of Bundrick Moore Road there. Warwick area, and then Quincy, Augusta 48 miles an hour at 7:35. Moultrie, Augusta 40 miles an hour at 7:45. Back out west of area, Chipley, a tree fell there. We have a new warning now, so the thunderstorm warning. Some of the Jacksonville, Southeast Georgia zones now into that. So let's go ahead and go on into that region there. As we watch, that one's until 9 o'clock. Coffee, Atkinson, Northwestern, Ware. In our area, Bacon's out of our area with that, and then so is Jeff Davis and Applin, but then Clinch is in our area. So again, more wind potential, and that's going to be coming just west away across by the 9 a.m. hour, but could be in Homerville here, around 9 a.m. give or take. So we're going to be watching that, tracking that here very carefully this morning. Definitely paying attention to all the latest information here in the Weather Center. Let me see if I can find any more traffic camera views around Tallahassee right now. Any of them that could be noteworthy. Meridian Road, I know they have a sign about severe weather, on the board there. Take a Florida 5-1 view right now. Camera's shaking around a little. Some folks out there on the road this morning just got to be really careful as we're looking at things in North Tallahassee. I'm not seeing the worst of it right now, but just got to be really careful there as we are giving you the latest updates. Definitely some nasty conditions in the overall grand scheme of things. So, again, trying to keep you up to date, trying to keep you informed. Let's see what else we might have here. Just trying to go through all the latest data. Checking everything here in the Weather Center. We're at 69 degrees. It's dark right now in Bradford County. Again, just watching this activity coming into Ward Tallahassee there toward FSU. In fact, in that area, but on FAMU as well. And TCC is what it used to be called now, Tallahassee State College. So I guess it'd be TSC then. So again, just trying to keep you up to date on everything that's happening, everything that we're dealing with, everything that these folks are having to track. So again, coming right through right now around Tallahassee. It's hard to see how strong this is. If we start getting a whole bunch of reports, or something, just really picks up on us. Obviously, if we get a tornado warning, I'm going to pop back in before 8:30. Otherwise, I'm going to take a break here, gather some more details, and back at 8:30 otherwise. So, keep it tuned here to seeing warning continuing Coffee County at 8:30 in Georgia. It looks like Gulf County had a gust about 40 miles an hour earlier on. So, once we get this stuff, through Tallahassee, we should have an indication just how strong some of this is. There's plenty of recording sites there. It's in a tornado situation. It could, have an embedded one or two. So we're going to watch for that, obviously. If I get a signature, something really pops up, or we get a tornado warning, we'll be on at once. Something really pops up, we'll be on at once. But otherwise, we'll be back at 8:30. But stay safe. Me going out for a few minutes to catch my breath, because we're not, just seeing completely dire conditions doesn't mean that this isn't dangerous. It could still be deadly. We could have a tree fall on a mobile home, somewhere in this area that's under the warning activity here. And of course, we have little watches, so I'll put those back up in play as well. So stay tuned, stay safe. If you're under a warning, really want to try to stay off the road if you can. I'm back in 15 more minutes with more. So busy morning here in the Weather Center. Tallahassee, Crawfordville, Thomasville area, Valdosta, Adel area, Douglas area, all under a warning for damage and wind concern. Stay safe, again, and keep it tuned here. We'll keep the radar up in between the updates, so you guys can keep an eye on things. If you want to zoom in on radar yourself, go to clutter.com/radar, and you can look at some things there, especially when I'm off. But otherwise, I'm back here with more in about 15 minutes unless something breaks.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here, bottom of the hour. It's 8:30 here on this Sunday morning. We're tracking a slew of severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. Getting all that latest information on in and around Tallahassee. Seeing some of that storm action coming through here in Leon County, but haven't had a lot of reports here so far. So it may take a little bit to trickle in, but I see there's a significant advisory to the east toward Jefferson and Madison, so maybe a sign that some of this isn't verifying quite as much toward the Big Bend region here, but we're going to keep our eyes on it here, obviously. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in that pink until 1 o'clock this afternoon. The yellow is a tornado watch, that broad shaded area, until 10 o'clock this morning, though. Once you get past that main line, your threat goes on down here pretty rapidly, and the watch gets trimmed back here as you look further back toward the west. That's kind of the storyline there. I know see temperatures in toward the 70s here further over in north central Florida. We're at 70 here east of Stark right now, so we'll see how much instability we can get to see if things will destabilize. And, we'll have some storms. It's just a matter of how intense they are here later on today. So here to look right now, you see it's pretty bright out. So on that view anyway. So that's just a sign maybe we could get a little bit of instability on in there as we look at things to track the overall situation, the overall scenario. Let me go ahead and look on our Doppler. Bear with me here. I'm checking some of our systems. Again, you see around Tallahassee, we have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. You can see there, just about 39 at the airport now. That's just coming on in over the last few moments. So, 828 severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 6 miles northwest of Monticello to 13 miles west of Crawfordville, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So Tallahassee, Woodville, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, Florida A&M, Doak Campbell Stadium, Lake Bradford, Leon Sinks, the Gaither Community Center, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Walker Ford Community Center, Miccosukee, South City, 8 Mile Pond, Griffin Heights, Tallahassee Airport, Governor's Square Mall, Natural Bridge, and Midtown and Appalachia Ridge Estates. You're under this warning here as we continue to watch. Let's see if there's some rotation with this little interesting signature in Northern McCullough. I don't see a lot, but we'll watch it. You see it's just an advisory now to the east. That's a good sign. We'll have to watch for things to pick back up. I know. That one velocity image, when things go the opposite direction, the color table will look different. Actually, it looks a little bit stronger now. In southeast Leon County, getting some signatures up to 60 on that. So that may end up, we'll see if that's co-located. It may not be, but we'll see if that ends up prompting a new warning to east or not. That's kind of right on the edge. Let me see. Okay, shouldn't have done that. But let's go ahead and zoom back in. I hit the wrong button, but you get the idea. Been going for a while now here the last few hours, trying to keep you safe. Okay, we're going to place the marker here. And then you see the storm axon. And then as we kind of look, well, the wind looks like it's a little out ahead, but then that's the newest frame. Well, it's co-located pretty well, so that may end up being an issue in southeastern Leon County. So we'll have to watch to see if we get a new warning for the east or not. As we watch the overall progression on things here in the meteorology world. And then you see warning acts, and you saw to the south, the word to coast, but in Valdosta, a warning. You have a warning to east, near and east of Adel, moving east of Adel at this point, of course, still moving east of even Haskell. And toward Lakeland, Georgia, you see more warnings further up, and this radar is probably getting, obviously it's getting attenuated. You see how much stronger this actually is when I go to the radar. It's not getting impacted and making the stuff look weaker than it is. It's not getting attenuated. It's a very, definitive line here. So you got to be careful still for some enhancement. It looks pretty small though, but it is, definitive. So it could be, quick punch to some nasty conditions here this morning with some wind enhancement as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall situation here this morning in South Georgia. You see Douglas, you see Pearson, just coming through Douglas with a gust about 40, but Pearson about to come through there. You see Valdosta pretty soon. You see Lakeland, Georgia there. You see Homerville, next little bit as well. So we're gonna have to just continue to monitor things here. Continue to give you guys the latest here on what is happening over the next minutes and potentially hours to come, depending on how things go together with the overall weather situation here. So I know, just remember whenever thunder warns go indoors, but then you have to just be cautious in a heavy downpour, but in the gusty winds can definitely be more problematic. I know as I look here, not seeing near as much lightning maybe as I did earlier on. So that could be a sign. I'll zoom in because it may, yeah, even as I zoom in, we're not seeing near as much lightning now. So that's a sign that it may be a little harder for some of this to hold together further east. I mean, we're not really getting reports so far around Tallahassee, so but we did have that one indication on the radar there, the velocity of some stronger winds in southeastern Leon. So let me go ahead and check here. Power outage numbers, Leon so far, not so many at all, but it could take a few minutes. I'm looking just at the power outage.us. Let me go straight into the city's information because if we're not hardly getting any there, then that's a sign that these are not producing that much here. Okay, we are getting a few on the actual side. 886 customers out. That's not that impressive, quite honestly. It does mean there is some wind coming down, but we definitely had way worse in Tallahassee over the last year or so than this. I mean, this does not so far, for most of Tallahassee at least, does not look too significant. So that's good news. As we're looking at city of Tallahassee powered it out, it's a number less than 1,000. So checking the information. I think North Carolina, some questions about a tornado risk up there here on our YouTube page. Let me just check outside of our area. There is, a cluster of warnings here in play. What a water-fine line. And let's check the risk here. And that right there is going to be the tornado risk. So yeah, there is a small, quick spin-up tornado risk, no formal warning, but can't realize something quickly spinning up with little or no advance warning up that way. There's not a watch. I'm surprised there's not a severe thunderstorm watch up there. The warnings, I know you don't, well, maybe you have the instability, but you have some wind enhancement up there. So around Raleigh there, we have quite a few warnings. I mean, this line is impressive. I mean, what a pattern here in North Carolina. I mean, we have warnings, except for a little break in there. In Florida, we have warnings, for such a long way on this line, all the way from the North Carolina Virginia border, and I'm just going to ignore that little break, and we'll just go all the way down to past Apalachicola. That's just that's over 500 miles of almost a continuous line of severe warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So that is impressive. Let me see if any of these are for more than 60. I know you see what we have here. I can check something that's a lot easier, but it's honestly jump off camera here for a second. So let me go ahead and again, we're watching things carefully here. We're in our area in Bradford County, but let me see if we have anything higher than 60. No, they're all base warnings here. Got considerable flooding in Tennessee. And it was bad flooding there, like East Kentucky, Hazard, Kentucky, West Virginia. Some really bad flooding up there. They've actually now had snow, though, come back in on the backside. What a pattern. We'll have even a bigger winter weather event later in the week in the country. So it's very busy here this morning. We're going to have to watch to see how these storms and then showers, whatever's left, impacts the Daytona 500. I think there's going to be an issue. Maybe not severe weather down there, maybe not even a strong storm down there. It might even have much lightning, but probably have enough rain to cause, if the timing doesn't work out here like it's looking like, with the green flag apparently slated for around 2 o'clock, give or take, we could end up, that could be a situation where they end up having rain come on in, and then they end up having a significant lengthy delay down there in Volusia County. So, again, even if it's not severe or even strong or even lightning, the rain getting on that track, it's not conducive for racing, going at those high speeds. But warning update there, continuing for Berrien and Lanier until 9. As we continue to watch things, I see Cook County being dropped as we continue to give you the latest updates. We're continuing to give you the latest details of everything going on. And let me see how Valdosta is doing. Compared to US here. Bear with me. I mean, there's still over 200,000 plus out in Georgia power outages was, but not too many in the lower, uh, Georgia counties, that lowest row of Georgia counties. I see 207 customers died in Decatur, according to PowerTech.us. 3 in Grady, 1 in Thomas, 5 in Brooks, 1 in Lowndes so far. But we have 636 out in Mitchell, 294 out in Baker County, Georgia, Miller County, Georgia, 32. Coffee County is a little over 1,000, so looks like they're the worst by far. They do have more folks in some ways in that county, about 162 out in Quitman County. Let me check Coffee County. That's not an area with the greatest radar coverage. So let's make sure we haven't had anything come on through there over the last little bit. Maybe in the way of, something that's enhanced with wind, or maybe a quick spin up, because, that's not overwhelming. But, I mean, it's just very hard to tell what's going on. I mean, they were hit so hard by Helene up in that area with power outages. Just so lengthy up there. I mean, this isn't that many, so it could just be the vulnerability too, but you see some gusts that came through. Some ranging red. They weren't overwhelming, but they were a little bit right into town there, and did have a gust to, let's see, what was that, 41 miles an hour. So now that accent, heading up. Some of that's north of our area, but some of that's headed toward, it's not far off from Waycross here next little bit. We're going to watch that here carefully. I'll continue to give you the latest updates. Right now, I think unless we get something new here that's really important to kind of pass along, we're going to wrap it to 9. We're going to wrap it up to 9 o'clock here. I'll be back then with another update. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We're going to keep you guys up to date as we're watching the nasty conditions here on a Sunday morning. Stay safe here and stay informed with the latest severe weather developments here across North Florida and South Georgia.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 9 o'clock here on this Sunday morning, getting the latest information on in, getting some new updates, new warning information. We have quite a few yellow boxes still on the screen for that damaging wind potential. I know got a report 8:44 a.m. this morning in Franklin County's vicinity, at least, on the St. George Island Bridge, a gust of 60 miles an hour. Know that'd be a little elevated, but it's still pretty nasty stuff. And then Valdosta report around 8:40 this morning. The Valdosta cinemas gust there to about 51 miles an hour earlier on this morning, but it's just coming in out of Seminole County. A report of a tree down on River Road, 4 miles southeast of Steam Mill near Eddie Chance Road. And then a couple new warnings popping up here as well. So it's thunderstorm warning now for Jefferson, at least portions of that county, as well as portions of Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor until 10:15. Some of these, counties, it's all the counties, some it's not, but 10:15 a.m. So down in here, some damaging wind potential continues now. We saw how it was an advisory. Threats, ramping back up and up with the wind potential. They issue a warning again that damaging wind potential, persisting. And then a new warning from the Jacksonville office now. It'll be this box here, that yellow box until 9:45 a.m. I know the one further south to 10:15, including Perry, but the one further north in the Jacksonville office to 9:45 includes parts of Hamilton County there, as well as Clinch County and our area in Georgia, Echoes, Pierce, Ware. So that's kind of storyline. And then the tornado watch has just been updated. They've just canceled Leon, so you're looking a lot better now in Leon. You've been dropping the tornado watch as well as Liberty County in Florida. And then in Georgia, Berry and Cook and Thomas counties have been dropped as well. So that's some good news as we're continuing to track. I know, still I'm in band, so I kind of have to make notes about where I want to go next sometimes. Or later on in the cover draw is what I'm talking about here. So just bear with me. And then we have this pink area, the thunderstorm watch until 1 o'clock here. We're going to continue to pay attention to that. And then we have a tornado watch again for another hour in that yellow shaded area. Haven't had any official tornado warnings in our area, but there's always that chance you could have had a quick spin of tornado across the area this morning with this type of pattern. You could have them with little or no advance warning, but you see further back to the west and north now cool air coming in, which is what we want to see. 50s back out there, ending that severe threat pretty much. But down to the south and east, you still see 70s. I know we're at 72 now east of Stark in Bradford County. So we'll watch to see if we get some more instability in here. But our threat, we're in a slight risk of 2 out of 5. But you see, we're not officially under the watch right now. So it's going to be a wait and see type of thing to just monitor if threat kind of shifts enough. Maybe have a watch further to the south, in terms of holding together. I shouldn't really say shift because there is a risk. It's just, right now they think maybe the probability are just a little higher further north, but, we'll just wait to see how the indices come together, how the storms look, and then could get a local extension into some counties like Union, Bradford, and or Clay maybe later on this morning. Right now, the severe thunderstorm watch includes in Florida, Swanee, Columbia, and then also into Hamilton, where you're also under a warning now. And then you have Baker County, you have Duval, you have Nassau, in toward our Florida areas, and then in toward Georgia, you have quite a few areas, southeast Georgia under this watch. You also have the warning for Waycross. You have had a warning and a tornado watch. Severe thunderstorm warning and tornado watch for Valdosta. Tornado watch and severe thunderstorm warning. Let me make sure I said that right there. No tornado warnings. We've not had any of those today, but a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado watch for Valdosta here in toward Lyons County. Had that gust pretty strong there in toward that area over the last little bit. So again, let me go ahead and check here on the power outage information. As let's see what we got. And so far, I'm only seeing 4 customers out, but it's preliminary. According to the information I'm getting, that's what I see. It's according to poweroutage.us. But we're going to continue to watch the storms as they evolve across the area, move across the area today. Of course, the threats are quite a bit lower toward Daytona. The severe risk not really there, but could still have big impacts with delays or a lengthy delay. Be more likely because of the rain and the track getting wet. But that's something to be watching here. I know we see the activity, around Asta. Let's just go ahead and put the modeling on. So it's 9 o'clock right now. It's already getting this past Asta. Or the accident isn't moving quite as fast as it was moving last night. I mean, we saw some of the stuff in the ward. They keep the TV market last night. Granted, it was southeast of there because they were colder and they've had snow after. This moved through like northwest Tennessee and western Kentucky. Some of the activity associated with this. I mean, not this exact part, but my point being is this is a very quick moving system. A little slower now, but still pretty quick. And I'll go ahead and just kind of get the modeling set up so we can kind of look here. This is what it should have looked like at 8 o'clock here. And 9 o'clock, that's, maybe a little behind around Tallahassee. Not really far behind, but a little behind. This is 10 o'clock. So, honestly, that's probably closer to what we're seeing now. So, let me go ahead and, yeah, I mean, not quite, but it's close. It's close. So, this is kind of go an hour ahead on this then. It's closer to being an hour ahead than it is, supposed to be, more looking like at 10 o'clock, but it's more like what we're seeing now. So let's say this is around 10 o'clock. We could have this, around Live Oak. 11 o'clock here, it kind of starts to move into north central Florida. So right around church time, could have strong weather. May or may not have warnings at this point as it gets further south and east on the overall, picture. It could just be significant on the advisories, which are still dangerous, in terms of, gusty winds and still could be problematic for folks, maybe traveling from church there, because this is what it could look like, probably closer. It says 1, but it's probably going to be my system, but it's probably closer to noon, right around Stark and Gainesville is when we'll have this activity around. So, again, that's kind of the storyline here right now as we're tracking this, and this is 1 o'clock. It's weekend on out a pretty good bit, but we could still have a road warning. It's not out of the question. But then as soon as it gets out of our area, it weakens even more. This is probably about 2 o'clock, and then that's probably about 3 o'clock is when it's moving in, give or take, to around Daytona. This says 4, but it's moving ahead. It's moving faster than this. So, yeah, so let's say that's about 3 o'clock, and they're going to start the rest at 2. They're going to have a delay, and this hangs around here. Maybe, according to this, not quite as long. So I got to do my math. That's 6, that's 5, so about 5 o'clock maybe. Maybe about 5 or 6, they can start it back after a couple hour or a few hour delay, depending on how long it takes to dry the track. So this keeps it a little bit stronger down here, which is kind of interesting. Central Florida, but probably won't have warning down there, but you could get a raw one. But the overall parameters won't be, overlapping as much as the general thunderstorm risk as you get past south and east of Ocala, pretty much in Palatka and St. Augustine. But we'll continue to watch everything here for you. Just continue to give you guys the latest updates here. Again, we have thunderstorm mornings. We have that one warning out. We had the report. We had our report there. 60 miles an hour there. St. George Island area, technically Franklin. I know it's sort of Marine because it's the bridge in there, but I mean that's part of Franklin County. So we're gonna say, it's Franklin County. I think that's the highest gust we've had officially in our area so far today. But we've probably had others, not measured, in terms of some 60-mile-an-hour gusts in other communities. But got a report here. This is about where we were looking on radar a little while ago. I saw a signature I didn't like with some wind enhancement released in about 8:35. It looks like a tree fell on Natural Bridge Road at Whisper Ridge Way. There, 1 mile west-northwest of Natural Bridge in southeast Leon County. So I think that's one reason, that catalyst maybe for keeping the warnings going, even though it wasn't. I didn't see a lot right in Tallahassee with reports. The comparative numbers weren't overwhelming, but we had that wind signature, so keeping this going a little longer at least. With some, widespread warnings. Perry Madison, you have a warning in play over that way. I mean, stuff's moving in soon, action moving in soon, but 10:15 is the official expiration. I know you see south of Tallahassee, 9:15 there, so a thunderstorm warning. Some of that's getting out more into coastal waters for now, and it may kind of weaken a little bit more as we kind of continue to watch things here. Got a gust of 40 around Alligator Point there in Franklin. As we look here, we've got one of these boxes, southeast, areas of, I guess you could kind of call it off the more Lake Park and further away though. That warning goes only for a few more minutes. That's the eastern fringes of Tallahassee jurisdiction. Then we're to Jacksonville with this very large box here in terms of the southwest to northeast extent that goes into 945 reports into Hamilton, Pierce, Eccles, Ware, Clint in our area. So we have that warning in play at 9:45. I know it was getting so crazy earlier with the thunderstorm warnings. We had no tornado warnings. For some reason, with thunderstorm warnings, we didn't get on every little area here with the expirations. But this one goes to 9:45 officially right now, further north. Then further south, Perry one goes until 10:15. That includes Madison. That they're getting into it now pretty much. And then we have the warning at the coast. So, and we have the other box. It's going to 9:15, but it's about to be dropped here soon because it went out of that area. So that's kind of the storyline right now. Let me see if we have any cameras maybe in toward western Madison, maybe around Greenville to Madison area. If I can pull up a Florida 501 camera around there. I know I have to do that on the fly, so bear with me. It's not like I have somebody in the control room to be able to pull it up. I have to kind of do this here while I'm talking to you guys. So just kind of try to figure out what the best, camera could be. I'll try this one. It may not be the best. There's quite a few out here on the Florida 501 system, but this is mile marker 244. When I say the best, I mean the worst conditions to give you that visual, what's happening. But again, continuing to watch, continuing to track. I know, reiterate, but up in toward Kentucky and Tennessee, terrible, terrible flooding up there. Not expecting too much flooding here, but if it's so many inches of rain up there, in some cases, turning deadly even. So thoughts and prayers to all those folks as we're looking down here. Gotta watch for those trees to fall and the like. Have had fatalities across parts of the southeast per se because of trees falling here in this type of setup. And then, folks crossing into the flooded road as well, turning fatal in some cases, according to media reports, as you see. So it looked like maybe a little something on the left side of this. It's hard to tell, though, as we continue to watch, continue to give you the latest. Jump away from that here for a moment. Again, trying to give you the very latest here on what's happening. I think we're about to wrap this update up until about 9:30. But we're going to continue to monitor all the trends. Obviously, if we need to pop back in sooner, we will. That mainly be for like a tornado warning or something like that. That probably will trigger us to come back on here mainly because, these signatures have been, I think every warning, unless I missed something, have been for 60, but still can be bad. It's just we're not seeing a considerable warning or destructive warning where the destructive would go up on your phone. And more like a tornado situation. These aren't hail type producers generally. So it's either about quick spin up tornadoes, which we haven't had any warnings for, or the wind, which we've had all the warnings for, and it's on the order around 60, give or take. So marginal, but over a widespread area, if that makes sense. So some folks are going to get it and moving pretty quick. So, holding together enough as well. So that's kind of your storyline right now. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring them here from the Weather Center. Again, we're seeing the watch until 1 further east. That's the severe thunderstorm watch. The yellow is the tornado watch further west. A little while longer, that shaded area. See the severe thunderstorm warning in the yellow box. As damage and winds continue to be a threat. You have Waycross in here. Let me just kind of go up and down this real quick here. So, just up that side of our area, but then you have Waycross in this. Homerville's getting into it now. Homerville there in Clinch County. Some of these areas further south there in that vicinity as well. We're not quite, seeing areas toward like, Lehana, could be next little bit. But as we get back here, you see some of these areas around like northwest of Jasper with the threat in Madison imminently coming on in. Greenville area, as I kind of show you that, you see that kind of, that's kind of coming on through there. Perry next little bit coming on through your area. So we have 2 boxes right now instead of the 4, based on the newest, 9:15 update here with the 9:15 benchmark. But we're going to keep watching, keep tracking here, keep giving you the latest I know it's gotta be careful if folks are outdoors. You don't want to get caught off guard here in this type of situation with this activity coming on in. I know. Uh, Real quick, I do need to. I'm just gonna say the tornado safety tips, tornado watch. You gotta stay tuned for the latest updates on things here. You just gotta stay tuned here, just in case. So I'm just looking here. I wanted to check. I know Lusty. They have a festival up in that Lake City area, and I believe it was Friday and Saturday. So I want to make sure it wasn't going well. No, I see there is a reenactment though. Let's see this. I see a couple of different dates in here. I wanted to make sure, if people were outside, you got to make sure you're getting inside in this type of situation. So I see a couple of different dates here, festival and then reenactment information. That's still set on here at the actual Lusty Battlefield Historic State Park. I know I've been in that vicinity before. So that's the place where you need to be if you're trying to go to something like that. You need to be making sure you're getting a sturdy building here out ahead of these storms. And that's the type of thing where these are marginal, but if you have tents around or something, these could cause trouble. So just kind of the storyline there as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here this morning. So I mean, you don't even need a warning to have problems with outdoor festivals, outdoor events like that. So uh, we're talking about a turn at 500 with this terrain, but I'm talking about even just significant weather advisory. I say this one, but it can still be a problem, in terms of the winds, tents. Don't even need a warning for them to have, problems if we have events like that in progress here. Some of these different communities, those could blow around, those could injure folks if, get winds even in the 40s, give or take. And, it'd be a wind advisory anyway out ahead of the storm. So looking right now, highest gust we've had in the last 10 minutes or so is 15 miles an hour east of Stark at only 7 feet. So kind of blustery out there, as we're looking, maybe a little bright, but we're at 74 now. So warming up, but we're going to lose some of the wind energy here as we're looking through the timeline. But you see, clearing out right now. It's can definitely raise those instability levels here a little bit. As I see the tornado watch west here canceled for Franklin, Jefferson, McCullough, and Brooks on the near, but continuing for Madison, Taylor, and Lowndes till 10. We're not under a watch here in Bradford right now, but we're under 2 out of 5 severe rest. So we're watching everything. Those are some interesting looking clouds, but we don't have any rain around here really that's amounting to anything in Bradford right now. Uh, you see some sprinkles out ahead of the main complex, but the severe threat still further back to the west. So that's the storyline right now. We'll be back here at 9:30 in the morning, so only about 10 minutes away from another update. We'll continue to watch things. We're going to continue to track things to see if there's any questions or comments. Keep it tuned to Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, all the different platforms. We're here for you at Cloud Weather to keep you informed. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour. It's 9:30 a.m. as we're tracking a couple severe thunderstorm warnings still on the board here. I know I've seen an advisory issued further off to the east, so maybe a sign we're not going to keep seeing. I just look at these severe thunderstorm warnings further east, but we're going to have to watch their trends here first over the next little bit. So we have the warning still for Lafayette as well as Madison and Taylor until 10:15 a.m. there toward the Big Bend until about also as we're looking further toward the north and east about 9:45 for parts of Hamilton as well as in our area, Clinton and Eccles. And then also, as I look at some of the details on here, getting into Pierce County and also, of course, in the Ware County around Waycross, they're getting into this here, but it's not getting, too far over and towards some of these zones here, if you kind of get what I mean, as you don't see any hunt under this yet, but watch again the trend. Let's see an advisory for the east, so it might be a sign we don't see the warning get extended. We also have a report in McCulloch County from about 8:41 a.m. though of a tree down on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Road there. So again, McCulloch County 911 reporting a tree down on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Road. So that is 2 miles southwest of Sadeville. So again, watching things there in the Big Bend region this morning as we're looking at the storm reports here in toward the Weather Center from the Weather Service office there in Tallahassee. After the Jacksonville office has got a report of 40-mile-an-hour gust, in toward Waycross. So that kind of tells the story. Or hopefully these aren't, damaging winds here at this point, obviously, with maybe some weakening. You see temperatures in the 50s back behind, 70s near the line and out ahead there. You see the tornado watch. They've just canceled out Lowndes County, or you can maybe make it out. I'll take the radar off to say, but still continuing for, another 30 minutes for Madison and Taylor, but after that it's expired. And you see this event that I'm watching the pink though, as we're continuing to watch things here this morning. Just continue to give you guys the very latest here and see the overall trends. I mean, let's go ahead and punch on up here some of the radar information. Let's go ahead and kind of go over to this here. We do have some areas of rotation showing up in here. This is a tricky line because these winds right on the main leading edge could be pretty strong, but is that co-located though? It's not maybe necessarily. It's hard to say for sure though because the radar is a few seconds off, but kind of looks like that wind's just out ahead, meaning it wouldn't reach all the way as much. With this meaning maybe a weaker situation where we're just below severe limits. Again, we'll continue to watch. So there's the advisory, and do I have that on here? Okay. For some reason, it's not showing up, but there's an advisory further off here. They issued a strong storm statement. So you see southeast of Waycross, there's some pretty nasty activity. We went toward Hoboken. You saw Nahana there, Hickox there as well. You see Live Oak, Jasper, and you see Perry under the warning. Definitely looks weaker, but could have some wind enhancement on there. Definitely a possibility. We're still gonna watch for a quick spin up because the way these kind of greens and reds are on that line, that things get the accent kind of gets more oriented correctly here. We could get a quick spin up, so we got to be mindful of that still. By the way, something I do want to mention, it was about somewhere in East Kentucky now. We have snow, not that far back behind that, and they've already had some terrible flooding. I mean, that is unusual to see the snow that close to severe thunderstorm warning, and they've already had terrible flooding up here. But that is just something. I mean, you don't even get warning, that often severe thunderstorm warning this time of year up there. So for that to be where they've had terrible flooding on Hazard, East Kentucky, hit again, they had terrible flooding going back a few years ago in the summer. Well, they haven't had much in the way of flash flood emergencies for as many areas this time, maybe there, but West Virginia, they've had some, but there's still a lot of flooding, a lot of river flooding problems. Hard to know exactly how bad things have been, more rural in general, but, gotta find out the details here as we look ahead. It's just crazy to see that snow there so close back behind. Heavy, heavy snow out there. around Lexington, Kentucky. So interesting situation there for sure. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking them here, as we're giving you guys the latest details. Let's get back down toward our area though, and we do have these, signatures of rotations. That just worries me a little because it is a little warmer down in the south and east. It's just, this is kind of out ahead, so it may not be reaching, but could have, a little something trying to develop there right on that leading edge as this moves in toward southeast Georgia and toward north central Florida here over the next little bit. So just continuing here to monitor everything. Let me see the power outage numbers here right now. Let me go ahead and see what things look like in that regard. In Florida, let me check those numbers. 7,546 according to PowerData.us, 3,895 in Leon, so it's gone up some. That's still not terrible, or by any stretch, but it's noteworthy. About 316 out in Jefferson County, 204 out in McCullough County. So look at some of those numbers behind the scenes here right now. As you're tracking things, I know, by the way, we saw that winter weather to the north. Crazy to see some of that stuff up there, and then the flooding and the severe warning acts in the east. But then there's going to be even a more, significant winter storm for the middle of the country later this week. Could have so much snow in Missouri, and then for North Carolina, there could be a bad ice element to it, about bad ice storm possibly up in that area. We'll have to wait and see, but Raleigh could have problems from that around Wednesday, give or take. So we'll continue to monitor everything there, and the meteorology world is a possibility, at least, that some of the ice could be some of the, worst in terms of accumulations up there. Wild for Raleigh, Durham, if things, trend a certain way in the modeling. But it's not set in stone yet. That's uncertain. It's still a few days out. But it could be something they haven't had in, maybe 10 years or so, give or take. Maybe go back to 2014. I'm not really sure on all the specifics on their storms up there. I just know they did have some impact. Time we had that winter storm around Tallahassee in 2014, they had some problems. In other words, some of those areas at least with wintry weather. So just gotta have to kind of be mindful here of what's going on. As you see here around Waycross, some of these different communities here, severe thunderstorm warning just went away as we're looking there. So that's some good news as we're monitoring things. We have to watch for the quick spin ups. There is that advisory in play, as I've alluded to. So now we're just down to the one warning here that goes to 10:15. We still have to watch it. We still got to be careful. I'll be back at 10 o'clock unless I need to pop back in sooner. So, of course, if we get a tornado warning, something really imminent, we'll pop back in immediately. But otherwise, we'll be on at 10 and we'll see how things are going. See how what we want to do in terms of what we want to do to continue coverage. If we start seeing the warnings completely go away, I still may keep the stream going for a good bit longer just because, see how things kind of move towards dark and the likelihood still have to watch them play, Baker County, Florida, and Columbia County northward, Duval County northward. So we're going to be paying attention here and monitoring things, obviously, as the timeline does evolve here on us as we continue to give you the latest details on the ongoing weather situation here this morning. To watch the instability, we're at 75 now here. We have some pretty strong winds out ahead anyway, so has to be kind of careful. Even if we just get advisories later, it could still be a little bit impactful further off toward the east. And of course, we're watching that weather for the Daytona 500. We may not have warning down there, probably won't, but you could still have wet weather, which could cause a significant delay, in that race or to that race, depending on if it's, Fort Storage or if it just gets underway or something. So a lot going on here. We're watching things. I know FSU baseball scheduled to start at noon. Hopefully they can get that wetness out of there, because I was reading FSU baseball Twitter said there's a travel curfew for James Madison University's team. So the way I read it is they're not allowed to start an inning in that game past around 3:35, I think it was, somewhere around there. So if they, maybe they start the game a little late. Maybe they don't get the whole 9 innings in. I don't know how that would work exactly, but or if it goes to extra innings, hopefully you can get a big lead. That is not the case, but the point being is may, have some impact. But if it starts pretty close to on time and goes pretty quick, then may not be in terms of that. But you do have some lingering moisture, so it may, this looks like a lot, but it's been pretty quick. So it may result in a little delay at the beginning, but it may actually push out before noon and then get things underway, pretty close to not on time. Any rain can be a problem, even you're not gonna have lightning, but it's not like the game in terms of, in the fall with football, where, if you have rain, it's not necessarily gonna cause a delay, but, lightning does. So we're gonna keep watching things. I know we're on Alma, Georgia this morning, got a report of a tree down along Douglas Street there in Bacon County. So Bacon County, Georgia, up there. We're watching the winds out ahead. Could cause an isolated power outage or two. Picking up out ahead. These are pretty strong gusts, 20, 30 out ahead of this line. But a little bit bigger chance, would be as you get into stronger weather, and quite a bit bigger chance if you get a severe warning, to have, the scattered power outages. So at this point, there were more widespread for the back. But at this point, I'd say if you get a warning, scattered. If you're getting, the stronger weather, isolated to scattered. If you're just the one out ahead, would be isolated. Few and far between, but still possible. As we're getting a report out of Jefferson County around Lois, 8:41 a.m. Report of a tree, a power line down on Old Lloyd Road there near Monticello Avenue. So getting that information on in. So, trying to keep tabs on everything and keep you guys up to date. And new marine warning toward the Gulf there. As we're watching some of the action there, hopefully it'll be kind of weakening on the down more as we watch that. Look at supercell composite. Still have some of those parameters, tornado parameters, less there, and instability more to the south. So, maybe one reason we're having more trouble maybe with some of those winds reaching toward like southeast Georgia at this point. So we'll watch those trends here for sure and have more. We come back here with you with another update. Unless when you pop back in sooner, the next update coming on here about 10 o'clock this morning on Cloud Weather on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. Stay tuned. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 10 o'clock on this Sunday morning. It's February 16, 2025. As a result of that one severe thunderstorm warning lingering there toward parts of Taylor County, Madison, and Lafayette counties for another 15 minutes or so. But we're seeing more about advisories being issued now for gusts, maybe under 60, under the severe limit, more like 50 to 55 miles an hour. Still can be dangerous though, and we have still seeing some verification according to the Jacksonville office as this stuff kind of does translate more often toward that region. And, it's different meteorologists deciding whether to issue warnings or not, but also watching the trends, watching the lack of the damage reports per se, recently. So kind of trending more toward advisories versus warnings. The tornado watch is at 10 o'clock. Well, it has just gone away now. We have the severe thunderstorm watch there to the east. We have got report of some strong gusts here, not maybe severe, but strong toward Dallin Park, Swanee County, 44 miles an hour at 9:50 this morning. Hamilton County, Jasper, 45 miles an hour at 9:50. So, yeah, the difference between 58 miles an hour, which rounds to 60, and severe is, and getting the gust about 45. It doesn't sound like a lot, but really, once you get about 58, that's when damage starts happening pretty rapidly, and that's why you get the yellow box for that potential. But when you don't have quite that, you don't get that. And it's not something that would go off on the weather radios necessarily. Granted, you can keep them on and it'll tell you this stuff, but it's not an alert per se as much. And see further west, we're getting cooler too because you're getting more stable air. Further north, there's some more stable air, but it's pretty warm to the south here, so a little more unstable. So you get a little more mixing in between is possible. It's 75 here east of Stark right now. So we are warming up some. We have seen some sun come on out here toward start this morning as we were looking at our camera earlier on. We're not into the watch here, but there's a severe thunderstorm watch Jacksonville, Baker County, Columbia County northward. That's till 1 o'clock. But, we have the one warning that's technically now with at 10 o'clock to switch over now with the watch going away. It's technically a warning without a watch. But, it's kind of just lingering there right now. I think that warning pretty much is, you see here right now, I have quite a few areas of blue here with the sky. As we're looking outside here, we're used to start looking back to the west, but you see the trees blowing around. We have a wind advisory in play. Just had a gust here, 18 miles an hour, about 7 feet, 6 feet off the ground. So pretty gusty even outside of storms, and we are going to destabilize some before we do have some storminess come on in. So still could get a couple more warnings here. Still could even get a quick spin up tornado. We haven't had any formal warnings this morning here in our area. It's not out of the realm of possibility, even without a warning. And you do have the overall storminess. We could get, strong gusts could knock a tree on a home. That can still be dangerous, tree on a car. So even if we don't have warnings here, that could still happen in an isolated instance or two. Not out of the question. I do note that we're now up to 81 at Mayport there in eastern Duval County. So the instability is going up there a good bit. I mean, it's a crazy weather pattern here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall situation. I mean, as I know, we get a report out of Atkinson County, Georgia, a couple trees down around the Axon community. But I wanted to say something here. We actually have had, we have the warnings in North Carolina. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. And they've had terrible flooding up there. Right behind that, there's heavy snow. We've really been overachieving here. Some of these areas, I mean, as we're looking, so right behind a severe warning in eastern Kentucky where they've had terrible flooding, there's pretty heavy snow there around Lexington, Kentucky. So Lexington's getting snow and off to the east, but Pikeville is getting a severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe not really much or any in the way of lightning, but the winds are just so strong they've had to issue that. So some bad weather up that way, and it's been deadly with some flooding up there. Even watching trees fall, even with just wind from mobile homes on homes to the west. Some cases that's been deadly as well outside of the area. Haven't heard any of that in our area yet, but we're continuing to watch things. I know Atkinson County there in Georgia, trees on power lines around the Kirkland community. Just not what you want to hear about either up that way. So again, just continuing to monitor things here, continuing to track them. Let's see our coverage map. As we're looking at things, of course, you do see Atkinson County. They're just south of Coffee County as we're continuing to track everything here for you. So, it sounded like, on Coffee and Atkinson, there was a little bit more in the way of power outage information, some outages, or, percentage wise in Coffee, that were kind of showing up. We did have a few thousand in Tallahassee, but it wasn't overwhelming here. It's just the space will covered pretty quick. We've had, some areas have issues here locally. Not as strong as further back out of our area, but everybody gets the storminess. Some areas gonna have the problems here if the winds are, strong enough, even if, they're only severe in an isolated pocket here and there. If they're strong, even then it could still, depending on trees, health and the like, it could still knock them down, even if it's technically not wind to 50 miles an hour. So that's something to kind of bear in mind. So, okay, they are saying they're expiring that warning now. Weather Service in Tallahassee for Fayette, Madison, and Taylor. It technically still goes to 10:15, but no longer on the map because they're saying that threat's kind of winding down there for severe. But this is still pretty strong here as we continue to monitor things, continue to give you the latest updates here in the Weather Center. So let me go ahead and try to give you a look. You see the watts in play for a few more hours here. And I'm just continuing. I'm making notes here because we still, it's just a one-man band. So I'm trying to, make sure I have an idea where we are going with things sometimes. But let me get the more up-to-date model running here. So we'll put that on the screen. We'll go ahead, by the way, you can see a current line strike, by the way, toward areas there, northeastern parts of Taylor County, kind of showing up there still. But as you look, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, yes, so let's just kind of, first off, that's supposed to be 10 o'clock, but we actually have the convection a little south of that and east of that here. So this is still running behind, so still maybe an hour off. So that means this could be, it's supposed to be 1 o'clock. It's probably around noon here on Stark and Gainesville. But this, we'll see. It may be probably more about significant weather advisories, but we could still get a rogue warning. Can't completely still roll out with the temperature warming up like this, a rogue spin up tornado. So still stay weather aware here, even though the threat is kind of, decreasing as this pushes south and east in general, the activity. But you see here, it kind of takes its time a little bit, but this really has it slowing up a little bit more even. If it is weakening, that could help it slow up a little and give it a little more time in Daytona here in this overall pattern. But you see, this is supposed to be 5 o'clock, but it's an hour behind. So let's see, 4 o'clock, that's 3 o'clock. So still, they're not starting to race till 2. You're going to have a problem there, and then, you get a little bit of it in, but you have the delay, and then it lasts a couple hours, and then maybe they're able to kind of, get things dried out and finish things up. So that's kind of the storyline down there. You still see some lingering moisture Tallahassee west, but the heaviest actions further east, the dangerous action further east to watch, no longer in effect for the Tallahassee areas. I don't know, baseball may get delayed a little, but I was telling you earlier that they're not allowed to continue that game after 3:30 or so. Because James Madison has to get back home to Harrisonburg, I believe is West Virginia. So they or Harrisonburg, Virginia. So they need to, go ahead and kind of wrap that game up, or not done by 3:30. They can't start any more ends. Is the information that FSU baseball sent out on Twitter earlier this morning, but. That's just how it is. Some of these regular season games sometimes. But again, continuing to give you guys the latest here on everything. These are strong storm, not severe. We're still got to rule, can't roll out here an isolated spin up or something. Mayo, Branford, Lake City, McClenny, over toward Jacksonville, Folkestone, St. Mary's, Brunswick. You kind of get the idea here. I know we were seeing some pretty strong wind here on things. As we were tracking things, as we were looking at things on our other source. And I'm just going to kind of go ahead real quick and let me just put on our coverage map. Just kind of put our coverage map here on for you this morning. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. Let's see my phone going off for an alert here. Looks like an amber alert out of Broward County. So I just wanted to kind of check that here too. Make sure we didn't have anything needed to pass along from that source. But uh, just nothing in terms of weather information with that. But again, you see Bradford County is where we're at here. And we're watching our 62 counties, of course. I see there was a gust report in the Duval County area, Fort Caroline at 9:36 this morning, to 52 miles an hour. 52 miles an hour, 9:36 this morning. So even out ahead of this, I know our Jacksonville getting some pretty gusty winds here. So that is, something that we're monitoring. You see that icon there with that report coming on up in the system. So that's definitely worth noting there. But back to the other mode, I just want to see how much of this is co-located. You can see parts of Taylor County. We do have a little bit of wind enhancement. This is quite a bit of it here. It's just a matter of, is this actually reaching the ground or not? It looks like it's on the boundary, which means it's probably not. And that's why we don't have a warning. If that was actually, with heavy rain there, you probably have a severe thunderstorm warning with maybe even a tornado possible tag. So not quite aligned now as we're looking here. So, maybe not, we're getting down to the surface. We don't have as much instability and the overall parameters, coming together now. But we, have to watch different radar views for different perspectives here and the like as we're dealing with things this morning. So again, I will pay attention. We do have an advisory up here, even though it's not showing on this for some reason. It's coded weird, but there's an advisory at 10:45 for Baker, Eastern Hamilton, Northern Columbia, Southeastern Columbia, Southwestern Columbia, Swanee, Western Hamilton, and the Georgia, Brantley, Clint, Coastal Camden, Coastal Glen, Inland Camden, Inland Glen there, Northeastern Charlton, Southern Ware, and Western Charlton. So that's to 10:45. So some strong winds about 50 miles an hour. So as we're looking at things, but again, no longer severe, but we do have the watch in play. So we're going to be paying attention to all this, obviously. But what we're going to do right now, we'll come back if we need to, obviously. But we're going to discontinue the half-hour updates now. We're going to keep the stream going for a little longer to watch the progress of this here. I'll watch it behind the scenes. You guys can watch it on here. You can also, if you want to zoom in an area I'm not looking at, or different, zoom, maybe zoom in tighter, you can go to carter.com/radar. But otherwise, I have this up. I have it running. I can cut back in immediately if we get a warning, that comes to my attention here in terms of something. Okay, we just got a warning. So let's go ahead and talk about this. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning is about to pop up on here. So it's till 10:45 for Brantley, Camden, Charlton, and Ware. So it looks like maybe, the instability there kicking up a little bit. And there's a little bit more concern now, according to the Weather Service in Jacksonville. So again, I know we're watching all of our different sources. We're watching everything. I have the camera up here. You kind of saw a little bit of that behind that. Just now watching the instability, try to come up at 76 now here east of Stark. And we have a warning now popping up for Brantley, Camden, Charlton, and Ware. And it'll be on this map here in just a few seconds. But you have Folkestone, you have Woodbine here with some of the, accent coming on in. And, we're going to be kind of tracking some of this here. There's Folkestone. And now there's some concern that some of this may be becoming surface-based here again to 60 miles an hour, give or take. So we're looking there around the Folkestone community. You also see Silco there. You kind of get the idea. Jerusalem, Tarboro. Severe thunderstorm warning now at 10:45 this morning. So, we said we were going to do it every half hour, earlier on. Now I said we were going to discontinue that. Since you just had to watch and know from a warning, but we could come back in if we needed to. But otherwise, we just leave the radar up. We're going to say we're going to do the update at 10:30 now because we have this warning on the board. We still have that watch in place. So we're going to keep the half-hour updates going. Nothing tornadic looking right now. Since we're still getting some warnings out of this, let's continue these half-hour updates a little bit longer at least, and then we can always still cut in additionally if we need to. But we'll be back at 10:30 then. Since we do have this warning now for folks until 10:45 in Charlton County. So some damaging winds, a possibility again, not just 50 or 55, but 60, that threshold where you could start to have power outages, become a little bit more possible or likely to charge your devices still as we're watching things. And a lot more here at 10:30, and now that we're gonna keep the half-hour updates going for the time being, we're in alert mode. We're here to keep you guys safe and informed on this Sunday morning. I know we're getting some wind reports out ahead that have been pretty impressive here. Even 50 plus miles an hour in Jacksonville without any rain around. Most sites can go pretty high with the wind, but that's definitely up there. Definitely worth noting as we continue to watch things. 52 miles an hour. Jacksonville Craig a little while ago. Again, you see some of the other numbers, 20s and 30s, which are pretty high. And we're going to keep on watching. We're going to be watching all the different trends here in the Weather Center. So back at 10:30 in the morning, a new warning for Brantley, Camden, Charlton, and Ware. For 10:45, new severe thunderstorm warning in play. Keep it tuned to cloud weather. We'll keep you guys up to date here as we're continuing to watch things.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour. It's 10:30 a.m. on this Sunday, tracking that severe thunderstorm warning remaining there in effect for the Folkestone area for another 15 minutes or so. That's why we're still doing half-hour updates for now, as the threat overall is kind of weakening, but it still is there in a to an extent. There was a thunderstorm watch in play as well until 1 o'clock in the pink shaded area. I know they just trimmed out the Weather Service, Clint, Eccles, Pierce, Wayne County there outside of our area, but it's continuing to watch for Baker, Columbia, Duval, Hamilton, Nassau, and Swanee in Florida, and then Brantley, Camden, Charlton, Glenn, and Ware in Georgia. So, again, just continuing to watch things here. It doesn't mean we couldn't have a warning outside of that. That's still a possibility too, but overall in both zones, threat of more warnings, or at least a lot more warnings is low, but a few still a possibility. I know we're in Bradford County, we're watching things, across the region, a lot of the area, Tallahassee, just some rain now through threats over there. Same with Albany. You already had those severe thunderstorm warnings in play earlier on today over there. Some wind and the like, power outages here and there, but further to the east, we are lacking some of the parameters we need, some of the characteristics in the atmosphere that we need, but we are warming up here pretty substantially. It's now up to 77 degrees here east of Stark. So let me go ahead and pull up here our camera outside. You see some, the sky being a little bit lighter in spots, a little bit darker in others. We've had some sunshine. If you were looking earlier on, we had some blue sky really apparent earlier on. So definitely could still get a rogue warning or two because of, some of that instability and light in play. Not saying we're going to have, a whole bunch. We may not get any more warnings. May just be advisories because the accident doesn't quite get co-located. But we'll keep the stream going, if it's just a situation where things are more about the advisories. And we won't do the half-hour updates, but we can always break in if we get a warning. But if we're still continuing to get the warnings, we'll keep doing the half hour here, a little longer. So we'll kind of wait and see. Let's look at some of the activity up toward the Folkestone area there. We have that remaining warning here. It looks a little bit weaker than it did in that box area there, but I'm going to keep watching it. I know. Just continuing to track everything here as it does, in some cases move across I-95 off toward the Woodbine area, and then further to the south is a little bit further off toward the west. But again, we're just going to keep watching this. I see a new warning popping up now. So I know we also have a tornado warning in Virginia, by the way. That's something that's interesting around Richmond. But we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This actually has a tornado possible tag now on this cluster. A little bit of a hook in there. We haven't had too many with tornado possible tags, quite honestly, today. Even though we have had some rotation on some of these storms, so you gotta be kind of careful because of stuff like that. Looking like they're around State Road 23. This is severe thunderstorm warning to 11 a.m. now with a tornado possible tag. So we're tracking this here just north of St. George, and that's in Charlton County. This warning also goes for northwestern Nassau County. At 10:32, a severe thunderstorm is located 7 miles north of St. George or 9 miles southwest of Hilliard, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So Hilliard, Callahan, Ratliff, as well as Nassau Village, Ratliff here underneath this warning. So a severe thunderstorm warning, but we have weak rotation within the Doppler algorithm here and a little bit of a hook. So we got to be kind of careful here still with this. As you see, areas like Callahan over the next little bit, potentially in the path of this, give or take. Hilliard on the edge could be headed close toward Jacksonville Airport over the next little bit too, depending on how things kind of set up here. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on all of this. Trying to keep you up to date here on what we're dealing with, on what we are tracking here in toward the weather center. As we're paying attention here. We're trying to see exactly what is happening, what these storms are capable of. So again, we're just gonna try to make sure we're staying with this a little bit longer here, as it is warranted and the like. as it is warranted here, based on everything that we may be seeing here on the Doppler algorithm. So again, that's Nassau County where we're tracking now right now. So toward that first coast region here, with a new severe thunderstorm warning and some weak rotation at least within the Doppler radar technology. So again, just gonna keep on looking at it here. Keep on giving you the latest updates, obviously, as things do develop. So just going through some things behind the scenes here real quick with this warning in play. So that makes 2 severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect here as we are looking at things as these storms do move on up here further in our area. So let me go ahead and kind of get this back on the camera here in just 1 second. I'll come back in front of the wall. You can kind of see here the 2 yellow boxes. Again, maybe getting some of this to be co-located a little bit more here. And we'll watch to see Ron Hilliard. That's kind of out ahead of it there, so it may not be reaching as much, but a little more concerned that some of this maybe you're actually trying to reach the surface down here, as this is in the western part of Nassau County here this morning. So again, that's something to be noteworthy about here, to take note of for sure. So you just gotta continue to watch everything here. You just have to take take heed of this warning that's in play as we're looking at things here. And we have the other severe thunderstorm warning further up toward the north, west of I-95, with that, highest concern there as well, just like the one to the south. But we'll just kind of see if things start to spin up on us here a little bit more over the next little bit as we go by with the minutes. So again, watching further to the south, let's look down here as we're done with this. We do have advisories. I know they don't necessarily show up in this here, but there is an advisory toward like Lake City and the like. So under severe limits, but we'll just continue to monitor it all here. Continue to monitor it all here for you. Now, the severe thunderstorm watch is in play until 1 o'clock here this afternoon. So severe thunderstorms getting close to the watch area remain a possibility, and even a quick spin up tornado, cannot be ruled out. We haven't had any tornado warnings officially yet in our area today, but that doesn't mean we couldn't have one here as we get closer toward the East Coast. So you just have to be very mindful of that here, and I'm gonna be, mindful of it here and be watching. So we're gonna be back here. If we don't need to pop back in before 11 with a new warning, like a tornado warning, we'll, be back here. We'll be back here at that top of the hour at 11 o'clock. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date. For right now, though, we'll go ahead and put the radar back on and leave you at that in the interim. But again, if I need to pop back in, I will here. Because it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. That's talking about, popping back in before 11 o'clock. But otherwise, I'll see you guys then here with another update on this. Hopefully by then, maybe these warnings will clear. But that's some of that weak rotation. They are expiring. The one warning for Camden and Charlton as of 10:45, it'll drop off the screen. You'll see it drop off here in a moment. But still keeping Nassau and Charlton till 11. So that's the newest update. I'll be seeing you guys here soon with another update from the Weather Center. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 11 o'clock here on this Sunday morning, and we are seeing here that severe thunderstorm warning that we were tracking there toward parts of northeast Florida has gone away here for the time being. So that's good news. Severe thunderstorm watch remaining in effect in that pink area to 1, and we'll make sure, that we don't get a warning either in that region or to the south. It's still a possibility because temperatures are warming up a good bit. We're at 77 now east of Stark and Bradford County. So even though we're losing a lot of the overall parameters with this, things are becoming more disheveled. That energy could still help to get some of that wind to the surface here. And we're already getting wind out ahead of the line to the surface here too. I mean, gusts, you see that one report toward Gainesville. I know they just had a gust toward the University of Florida weather stem site, 41 miles an hour at 10:40. So not too long ago. So looking back, we've had other reports, when we actually had this a little more organized toward like Madison County, 9:17 a.m. Fallen trees or limbs resulting in power outage. There's Southeast President Street and Southeast Sullivan Avenue, according to Duke Energy's outage map. And I see the severe thunderstorm watching and updates on that. Hamilton's been dropped, Brantley, Glen, and Ware. We still again see that pink area that's under it a little bit longer. So we'll just have to continue to monitor this here a bit further here as we get into the early afternoon hours, as I was referring to and alluding to last night. We could still have, some of this action here be strong to maybe severe around Stark, just around noon or so. That timeline looks to be pretty much on track here as we are looking at things. So, not looking too crazy. You see how it's already cooling on off pretty quickly behind us. 73 in Lake City, but 57 in Live Oaks. Those aren't that far apart, obviously, and that's a pretty big temperature contrast there as we're looking at things. 77 in Keystone. So definitely some cool air coming in back behind us here as we are looking at things here, as we're just making sure to keep you guys informed. So again, let's go ahead and zoom on in right now toward like Lake City and see what some of the Doppler technology is telling us here right now. So we'll kind of zoom on in there, and the advisories are not, sometimes they haven't been popping up right. This one's actually up right now, and it does include Lake Butler here until about 11:30 or so. McLean to the south. I know parts of Duval County, parts of Nassau County. So some stronger wind, with this line, that'd be a little bit stronger than what we've had out ahead, and we could still get a rogue warning or two added on in here. So we'll make sure to pay attention. Some of that look, pretty close to being kind of co-located. And there's a little bit of lightning out there toward the west. So you see west of Brantford there is some lightning. So we'll just have to kind of watch this here, obviously, to see if we need to pop back in for any more warnings here. As we're looking at the overall setup here, you see the gust about tropical storm force, 39 miles an hour around the airport there in Jacksonville, 39 toward the Keystone Airport as well here in southeastern Bradford County. So that is worth noting under the highest gust we've got here east of Stark. Let's see here. So 17 miles an hour in the last 10 minutes and 21 miles an hour right before that. So that's, pretty strong at only 6-7 feet off the ground. So that's not too far off of what we're seeing at some of the other sites. It's pretty blustery out there. Pretty breezy here this morning for sure. As we're looking at it, as we're giving you guys the latest updates here. I know I'm just kind of trying to look through some of my sources, and I see Mayport 44 miles an hour at 10:40 this morning. 43 miles an hour, 10:42 at the Jacksonville International Airport. So let me go ahead now, right now, and pop up the camera. We're right here east of Stark and Bradford County. Looking back to the west, it's looking pretty dark now. Some of those nastier skies building in. We're still a little ways away, but not too far away from the storming that's coming in now. It's west of Lake Butler with the leading edge, but east of Lake City on that leading edge there now. As we are tracking the overall trends here, as we're tracking the overall movement. So Definitely something that's, going to be monitored. I'm going to be monitoring it here, obviously. It's a situation that, if I need to pop back in, I will. We, started to kind of ramp down the discussion earlier on, and we got a couple warnings to pop up, so we could still get more. If I see something and or if we get a warning, I'll be popping back in. But we're gonna leave the radar running. This is headed your warning start, and we'll leave the radar running. Probably gonna have at least an advisory issued to warning start for strong winds, if not severe. If severe will be on. If it's strong, probably not. But if we see something, we can pop in obviously real quick here in the weather center. So we're gonna leave this running. We could still get a rogue warning or two. There's still that watch template of 1 for parts of the area. So this isn't all clear here. It's just the threat is lower, but it's not zero here. I know at FSU, they, baseball there, had the tarp on the field. Hopefully, they'll be able to play some baseball there in a little bit. And it's scheduled to start around noon. The rain, I know that look at other source here. It's breaking up back there, just some light shower action lingering, and around noon, I would say it's pretty much, out of the picture there, give or take. So that's some good news, obviously, as we're tracking the overall scenario, as we are giving you these latest updates. More disorganized the line. We could still get a rogue warning or two, rogue split thunderstorm warning, or maybe, off chance of a rogue quick spin up tornado. Not completely off the table with these temperatures warming up so much, but a lot of wind out there, pretty blustery. Just be careful, high profile vehicle even will be blowing around here, and even, non-severe winds. So be careful going across a bridge or something. It's not out of the question if, when Roy picks you up there real quick, you might have, a little bit of trouble with steering. You might kind of almost lose control possibly, and you just have to be holding on there. Make sure that everything, is staying safe for you, your friends, and your family. So, okay, that's going to wrap it for now. We're going to keep the stream going a little longer in case you need to pop back in here with more updates. We still have to watch the thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm watch in play for just a bit longer here. So if we need to pop back in, we will. I'm monitoring things. Barometric pressure at 1,012 millibars, by the way. So, that's not really low, but that's fairly low. Let's see here. For the month, we're pretty close to the monthly lows of around 1,011 here earlier on. And I'm looking here, and not too far off the yearly lows. 1,008 there earlier on in 2025. So 45 or so days into the year. So that's kind of the storyline here right now. We're going to track things. If we need to pop back, and we will. We have these strong storms. They're not severe officially anymore, but still pretty gusty. Could still have some isolated power outages. You see Cross City, Branford, moving toward Lake Butler now in Union County, moving through the McClinney area in Baker County, Florida. Part of Nassau toward the airport and toward Duval County now. So it's more disorganized. You see, we're not seeing as well defined of line action, but still not a complete all clear. So keep it tuned here. We'll pop back in if we need to, but otherwise, we'll just keep the radar running with no audio for a little longer, probably to about 1 o'clock, give or take, depending on how things transpire here. That's when the watch is set to expire. So again, back on if we need to be. Otherwise, we'll be back getting into that work week here for your late Tuesday, early Wednesday update. I think it would be at this point. Of course, we're going to have a pretty busy picture toward Wednesday. So as we look ahead, could have a threat later on Wednesday towards some of our areas toward, north central to central Florida, especially with some stronger to severe weather. What's that big winter weather action toward the north there with just a big snow event for like Missouri. Could be a big ice storm for maybe North Carolina, maybe big snow for Virginia. We'll see. So there's a lot going on in the weather. We have that local red, probably keep it red there into the week. It's been pretty active here meteorologically. All that terrible flooding in Kentucky, Tennessee had some, issues with wind, damaging winds in places, some fatalities even. And here in the southeast, according to some reports, wind and flood. In the vicinity, we've had snow on the backside, which is just crazy. As I'll zoom out real quick on that. I mean, you've had, you still see it. It's a bit thunderstorm warning there. Just east of Pikeville, Kentucky, and toward West Virginia, and then back side of that we have snow, pretty heavy snow there. So crazy to see that in those areas that are flooded. Snow, I mean, bad floods. You have snow piling up on top of that here, which is very unusual. So an odd situation all around here as we're looking up there, as we're monitoring all that. So that's to do it here for now. I see that it got 44 miles an hour around Lake City, Watertown area at 10:50 this morning, 44 miles an hour. So that's kind of the storyline there. Again, if we get a warning or if we see something that pops up here that, piques my interest, we'll pop back into the stream. Otherwise, I'll leave it running here with no audio. So let me go ahead and kind of set that up here real quick for everybody. So, okay, I see they just lowered the rest of marginal, kind of on cue here. We had that slight risk, and now it's a marginal 1 out of 5 in that dark green. So a rogue warning not out of the question. Rogue tornado possible there. Wind damage, wind damage not out of the question in that green either. From a severe thunderstorm, and you see to the north, we actually have a higher chance of now eastern North Carolina, eastern Virginia, up into towards like some of these states up here, Maryland, and some areas even Delaware. Kind of interesting to see that. Southern New Jersey, so not that far from the wintry precip. So interesting to see that as we're looking here meteorologically. So zoom back on in. Again, as we watch things, I'll take off the wrist for now, put the watch back on, and we'll just kind of go ahead. I'm going to step out of the shot. Again, thanks so much for tuning in, trusting me. If we need to pop back in, we will. Otherwise, stay safe. We still have strong storm, not severe, but strong storms coming on through, so keep that in mind. Bear that in mind here as we are looking at things. You don't want to let your guard down here completely because it's still possible we get us to a row 1 or 2 because it's not going to take that much. We have 39, 43 or so in the winds. Get a little bit more of this, action to co-locate here with the wind parameters and the instability that's the rains to get a warning or something. So, new advisory kind of on cue here actually for Bradford and some of the other zones until 11:45. So not a warning, but a new advisory now here until about 11:45. It'd be good if it would pop up on here. I know some of these aren't popping up on here, but let me go ahead and what I'm going to do real quick then. Since we just got this, I need to step off and read this here. So let me go ahead and do that. So this is to 11:45. At 11:12 a.m., Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms extending on a line from 17 miles east of Sea Island to near Yulee to near Cisco Gardens to near Fort White. Movement was east at 55 miles an hour. So wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour possibility. Jacksonville, Orange Park, Stark Lake, Butler, Bell, Rayford, Worthington Spring, Arlington, Tuckney Spring, and UNF. Gust to 50, which 60 causes damage, quite a bit more, likely that in that instance versus 50. So that, that's a pretty big contrast there, and why we don't quite have a warning, but it's, it still can be an issue. So just got to be kind of careful with that. Now, as we're looking here, gust to 50, Baker, Bradford, Coastal Duval, Eastern Alachua, Eastern Clay, Gilchrist, South Central Duval, Southeastern Columbia, Southwestern Columbia, Swanee, the Trout River, Union County, Western Alachua, Western Clay, and Western Duval. So not warned, but strong storm action. Strong, but not severe now. So that's kind of the storyline here as we are tracking this, as we are monitoring everything here in toward the Weather Center. So, okay, so going to come back here in front of the wall one more time. I don't have the new advisory box yet. I'll keep seeing if that kind of pops on in or not. Behind the scenes, I may pull that back up if it does. But I don't want to let some of those aren't the way they code some of those. They don't pop up in there, so I don't want to have it where some of them are up and some aren't. But you kind of get the idea with these strong but not severe storms right now. Again, we'll watch. We'll be back on if we need to be. Otherwise, have a good day. Stay safe out there. Let me go ahead and put our one outdoor camera view on me. Have to change. Let me go ahead and take our banner away in the corner since we don't have a warning anymore. By the way, 45-mile-an-hour gust at the Wacom Center at 1101 Camden County toward the Florida line there. So let me go ahead and take this away. I know our camera outside, the storm's approaching here over the next little bit. Let me put our outdoor camera up at least for the time being here. So there's a view of that in that corner there. And then we still have a severe thunderstorm watch in play for some of us. Duval County, though, at this point, the difference isn't really that, prominent between like Duval and Bradford. There's a watch there, not one here, but still could get a warning in either spot. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking, again, we'll be back if we need to be. But otherwise, here's your view. That'll do it for the time being. Thanks so much for watching here. Let me see if there's any questions or comments real quick from anybody there at home. Since we've been on for so long, I want to make sure we don't have anything new coming on in. Make sure we don't have anything new coming on in from anybody in terms of a viewer out there, watching anything like that. Okay, don't see anything new. But again, we've been on all the different platforms here, and we're going to leave this running a little bit longer here on all the different platforms. So stay tuned, stay safe, and we'll be back if it's warranted.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming back on the air right now. You see our covered area there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Duval County, and that is going until 12 o'clock here. So we need to go ahead and get folks inside and away from windows. And we said these storms, even though they didn't have warnings on them anymore, they were not ones, to let your guard down on. You still needed to take some precaution, and now definitely a nasty situation as they come back in front of the weather wall right now. We do have this yellow box here on play, and we're getting a report of a traffic accident there toward areas 2 miles northwest of Oceanway in Duval County. Apparently, a dump truck is turned over off of I-95 and Airport Road. So these storms, taking advantage of some energy here from the warmer temperatures and getting closer to the coast here too with a warning in play right around Mayport right now. We could have some winds to 60 miles an hour. Not out of the question here. So you see some of these broader colors here on the velocity. Definitely, they're right around the airport pretty strong. We had that report of the accident there now, but you can see, as we see on velocity, even stronger winds here right around Mayport. It says 36, but the radar, is what would give us a more current number because that's a reserve number from a little while ago. But what I'm seeing here, I'm seeing 50 plus miles an hour possibility. And we did have a gust to 48 miles an hour at the airport there. So some intensification here right near the coast in Duval County. And that severe thunderstorm watching playing now warning until the noon hours. That's why I'm going to pop back in right now here, popping back in to give you guys the very latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're always, trying to do this, that here in toward the Weather Center. This warning until noon. It was issued there at about 11:34 to 11:34. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Talbot Island to Fort Caroline to near the Bel Air Meadowbrook Terrace area. Moving east about 50 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. UNF, Arlington, Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, Mayport, Talbot Island, Craig Field, San Pablo, Little Talbot Island. So, some of these winds picking on up in this area here for sure as we're looking at things right now. And then as we look back toward the west, Dixie County getting gusts 40 or so, and then no warning here, but there's an advisory, and this stuff is looking a bit more impressive coming into Bradford County on, radar. Granted, the winds look like they're out ahead a little, and they're just going to go with another advisory now to 12:45, a special weather statement here. So that's kind of the storyline as we're looking at this, and SWS here for Bradford, Coastal Duval, Coastal St. John's, Eastern a lot to Eastern Clay, Gilchrist, Inland St. John's, South Central Duval, Western Alachua, and Western Clay until 12:45. So again, tracking the situation here very carefully, trying to keep you guys informed. Again, a new advisory for Stark, but the reason we're on is for that warning for Duval County here. But let's go ahead and look outside where we're at. It's pretty dark out here right now. Some strong winds on the boundary. I bet we could, get the gust there, up there pretty, strong here in the next couple seconds, really. So, right out ahead, we could really get, some gusts about that 40 mark or so. So that's something to keep in mind. If we would get things to align better, they could be even a little bit higher as the storminess, these conditions deteriorating. Right now, around Stark, we said around noon, and 11:45 or so is when we're really starting to get those winds picking up and rain forthcoming in the next few moments as we're looking at things. 22 mile an hour gusts here in the last few seconds at about 6-7 feet. So you can see the conditions definitely deteriorating here around the Stark area right now. This is a strong storm, not a warning. The warnings for Duval, that's what we jumped on. We even had a report of an accident there because of the winds. But you can see here some dark skies here in Bradford County right now with these inclement conditions. You can see some leaves even blowing around now here we're at. So again, monitoring this carefully, having to jump back in. We, didn't have any more warnings, so we would, be, and we're in a spot where we're just going to do things as warned. But now we have that warning toward Jacksonville. Severe thunderstorm warning, eastern Duval, but we have some strong weather coming across Stark right now. So while we're on for the warning up north, that goes to noon, they're still continuing. It's not an update around Mayport there. We'll talk about this storm here too. We'll try to see if we can get some traffic camera up in Jacksonville, maybe for that dump truck in a moment. But you can kind of see here, these are some dark skies here for sure as we're looking at things. But going back to Duval's warning, damaging wind still the concern up that way. 11:44, severe thunderstorms looking along the line, extending from 8 miles northeast of Little Talbot Island and near Mayport to near UNF. Watching that carefully, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So, again, that's kind of storyline up that way as we're looking at things. 6 mile an hour gust around Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, San Pablo, and Mayport. So, again, just continuing to keep you guys up to date here on all this. We're looking at our storminess here. Let me go ahead and jump back over, the Doppler view of it. If this was more aligned, we'd have a problem because these winds at Roy be reaching. A lot of these are staying just up in the cloud. I mean, these winds at a head-on velocity, are very significant. It's just a matter if they're reaching. I hear the wind picking up again. Let's get back to this shot because these may, reach a little bit more than 40 even. So we got to be, I'm a little, trying to be a little bit careful on this velocity. So it's like 70, 80, but they're not going to reach because these aren't co-located here just right with the rain. That's what we'll have a warning. But you still have some pretty strong winds. This got a gust of 27 miles an hour now. Man, anemometer here east of Stark. So these are some, nasty conditions here, even if they're not officially severe. These are some strong winds that could cause some issues here. Could cause a tree or two to fall as we're looking at things. Some of the strongest one we've seen in a while here. Even though they're not severe, they're not aligned. We have, the really volatile gusts. But 27, let's see. It's the strongest gust of the year. So far here east to start just now. 26 was the previous high last month, it looked like, as I went through it real quick there. So, pretty strong accent here. Let's see. Get back some of the months. Remember, 6 feet. Really, if you go higher up, the winds are actually a little bit stronger than that. Pretty the strongest gust we've had since the period there in September. So, getting back maybe to Helene, I'm not 100% sure on the exact date of that, gust that was a little bit stronger there. In that, the one in there would have been the tropics, but there could have been some in between that. Not 100% sure, but I guess in September here just now with some of this accent on the boundary here, right out ahead, looking east of Stark. So again, strong thunderstorm situation. Not an official warning here, but again, could cause some isolated power outages in. More scattered, which is, when I use isolated, that's a little less in the meaning with that word than scattered. Scattered means more power. That's a possibility around Mayport there into or Duval County. But it looks like some of the strongest, that wind's getting off the coast, and they are now canceling that warning. So that's some good news there up toward Duval County. But did get a gust of 50 miles an hour there at 11:40 this morning. 1 mile east-southeast there, well, officially Jacksonville. So I know that's a little bit vague, but yeah, I see it right here on my map, right around downtown. Gust there, pretty strong, just a little while ago. Again, getting back to the south, I know checking all of our different data here. We're out here in Bradford since, it's pretty strong gust we just had. Checking everything. So we had to come back in for that warning up north. Very windy according to Christina here in Bradford County. And definitely these blustery conditions as we've just talked about. Some of the strongest one we've seen here in a little bit in the Bradford County area. So Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what is happening. Looking at Gilchrist County, a little over 1,000 customers in the dark right now. Bradford County is 6 as a moment ago. That could change. Duval County is 431 according to Power.us. Hamilton 724. I hear the rain now starting here in toward Bradford County. So again, I just kind of giving you guys an idea. I also said I wanted to try to see if we could get maybe a visual of what happened there. Because, you know, that report said a dump truck was actually blown off the interstate. Is it the impression I got from reading that? So let me go ahead. I mean, it's a very significant, you know, report up there in North Jacksonville. So here, right here in Bradford County. Okay, I think we got the shot on this, and hopefully everybody's all right. You just never know here. I don't know, you know, if it actually got, you know, what I'm seeing on the visual makes me think it just got blown off a road, not an overpass or something. That'd be a lot worse. So when you hear that, you're thinking overpass or something. But no, I think it just got blown off the road from the wind. You know, I said high profile vehicles could be a problem, but here you go. This is Florida 511 view, I-95 airport / Duval Road there in toward Jacksonville right now. You know, those higher profile vehicles definitely can, you know, be something that are more vulnerable here in this type of weather. So even if you don't have a severe warning, if you don't have a 60-mile-an-hour gust, I said it, you know, when we were on a little earlier, 40, 50-mile-an-hour gust could be a problem. And me, if this had something like that here a little while ago in toward Duval County. So the report was that traffic accident there 2 miles northwest of Ocean Way around 11:34 a.m. Was where a dump truck turned over off of I-95 and Airport Road. So that's kind of the storyline there. They called it thunderstorm wind damage per se. So that's kind of the storyline with that. So again, turned over versus blown off of, you know, obviously this is not quite as bad as that in theory, but we don't know the, you know, severity or if there were, you know, any injuries maybe to the driver in this case. So we're going to keep our eyes on that. The rain's picking up where we're at here. Around Stark, let me go ahead and switch back on over to our view. Those clouds are moving fast. I think some fast movement in those clouds, you know, that wind above. You see it right there, live on the air. Our aperture changing a little as things, you know, kind of evolve there with the different colors. But yeah, that is some interesting wind there, you know, just in the levels here above the ground a bit as we're looking at things and as we're tracking them. So, I mean, it's pretty heavy right now. I mean, up to about, you know, only a couple hundred of inches so far, but that rain rate is pretty high right now. Over an inch an hour if it were to rain at this rate for that long. It won't, but we do need the rain, really. So it'd be good, you know, if we could get this kind of sustain itself. We said right around noon, and it's right around noon here, just a few minutes before. We're talking about, you know, last night, 12 hours ago, on the Facebook, you know, description, the YouTube description, that live radar stream of the line coming on in. So here's the power kind of flickering a little bit here in the weather center. But by the way, Bayport had a 54-mile-an-hour gust at 11:42. Jacksonville NAS had a gust of 51 at 11:44. So some pretty strong gusts up there in toward Duval County. Not, you know, officially maybe severe on those, but very close for sure. So again, looking at things, our temperature dropping fast down to 62 already. I mean, we're at 77 here at 10:28, and before noon here we're down to 62 degrees. That is a big departure, big drop. I'm double checking. I mean, that has dropped very rapidly here, and that, you know, kind of, you know, ramps down your severe threat real quick. Sometimes you get undercutting in this situation here with the actual colder air trying to come in. That weakens your severe threat, but we didn't have that everywhere. We had enough energy out ahead. We had some of these winds, and wind energy was enough, you know, that you're getting it right on the edge there at least. But the stronger wind gusts. But again, just continuing to watch things here in toward the weather center. I'm going to jump back in for that warning in Duval County. Let me just see now if we have anything. If we have anything out of Bradford, any incidents or anything like that. None so far, but something to keep our eyes on here. Keep our eyes on for. So 44-mile-an-hour gust around areas near Orange Park in Duval County. 11:44 a.m. 51-mile-an-hour gusts. So some pretty strong gusts up there in that vicinity, obviously, and some of that's still kind of, overland there, not on the leading edge like we had to warn him, but kind of back behind. I'll show you here. I'll show you. There's our camera again. That cloud are just moving so fast. It's fascinating to watch here, from a meteorological perspective. Me as a meteorologist watching this, but even you guys at home probably find it kind of interesting. All that movement, all that wind aloft, not getting it down to the surface in a lot of cases, but in some cases we're getting it down there, pretty heavily. As we've talked about, I saw in that dump truck there, being kind of knocked around, obviously, causing the problem there. Not a good situation. But again, as we look toward Orange Park, by the way, you see some lightning back out toward Baker County. So interesting, back behind a little. That means some of this could still have some lightning in it, back behind. So be a little careful with that. You don't want to let your guard down. You have stuff like that. Yeah, some of this out here on Orange Park, a little bit, strong here, back behind. We had a warning out toward Mayport a few minutes ago. We also have, looking here, we had a little bit of a velocity signature, but if these were co-located, we'd have a problem because these would be, significant. But it's just had a head, so it's a situation where the winds are probably not reaching anywhere to that level. Those bright colors are indicative of severe winds, but they're not co-located with the heaviest convection, so you don't get them all down toward the surface here. You don't have enough of that, energy to bring that down to the surface. So we're watching all that. I also want to touch on something real quick here. National story that's developing. We've had flash flood emergencies yesterday, like West Virginia, that vicinity, there, Virginia and the like, bad flood in East Kentucky, but now inward parts of Tennessee, we're having a problem here in the heartland. I know it's not raining now. You're probably wondering, like, why is there a box here? But let's see if storm total will come up. It may not at this point because it's so far back. I mean, they already had snow in these areas. So it's weird to have a flash flood emergency here. But what happened in Obion County, which is part of the Cape Verde TV market, even if they've already had rain, they've probably already had the snow come through. It's all dry with the precip falling, is that apparently there's been a levee failure. So a flash flood emergency for the town of, it looks like Rives or Ribbies, maybe. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but Rives or Ribs, something to that effect there in Obion County, though, in western Tennessee, northwest Tennessee. We're talking about a levee failure there along the Obion. Looks like that's in effect until 7:30 a.m. tomorrow now, as apparently the West TEMA regional director reported that a levee along the Obion River and that community failed, causing flash flooding in the town there, Reeves or something along that line with the pronunciation. Other surrounding areas experiencing a rapid onset of flooding. There have been multiple water rescues there, so the water just gushing in, it sounds like, in some of that zone there. And that's not a good situation because apparently the levee, that failure is taking place and is a situation where the water is rapidly coming on in there. So law enforcement reporting multiple water rescues there in Obion County, Tennessee. A catastrophic situation in the south of Union City there in America's heartland. All that rain there, and even had, the wintry weather. It's just crazy to think about. And the radar is clear. I have it on, but unfortunately, this community here, as we're looking at it, as we're looking there, in the western Tennessee, just not what you want to see there with the flooding along that river. So, and then in West Virginia, You know, we still have some weird warnings out here. We talked about it earlier with the snow. You know, right now it's not showing on that move. I need to go back a little. You see it on this move. We have these severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia. They've already had so much flooding there. You know, and then back behind it's snow very rapidly. Some areas that have had bad flooding, in like the western Tennessee area, they get the snow after. It's so bizarre when that melts, or if it doesn't melt. I mean, one way or the other, it's adding to the problem though. Very unusual pattern. Let's go ahead and get back to home on Doppler. You see 80s now toward like Flagler, Putnam counties, and if we had this more waterfront line, this action could take advantage more. But you know, it's gonna have trouble doing that. Thankfully, so it's probably gonna be a problem. You know, issues for the Daytona 500 down there today. It's coming in fairly quick here over the next little bit. So again, we're watching this activity. Strong thunderstorms again, not officially warned. So right at noon now, we had to pop in for a little while. We had that warning toward the Mayport area. We had some nasty winds showing up. Even that dump truck you saw, maybe the wind's getting a hold of that. They're in northern Duval County, causing some problems. So not great situation there. We've had some winds around Stark pick up pretty good here. Right at the moment, it's only at 6 or 7 feet, but 27-mile-an-hour gusts. That's the strongest we've had since, I would probably say, either Helene, Milton, that time frame there. I mean, granted, nothing like that, in terms of, our area or anything. It's just the idea of it. We haven't had that strong of wind here in a while. We saw it kind of picking up, maybe a few leaves in that shot there a little while ago. It was an advisory, but still noteworthy nonetheless. I'm going to check our, reports here in the county of Bradford, where I'm at, real quick, see if there's any incidents. One more time. Make sure no trees down or anything like that. Power line. Not seeing anything on the reports, but we'll check power outage numbers here. I know City of Stark on a separate thing that I can't check. But overall, county power outage at US is 142 customers in the dark here in Bradford County, 189 in Union, 585 in Levy, over 1,000 in Gilchrist, about 600 in Hamilton, 400 or so in Jefferson. Leon down to 14, so that's good. But Franklin County, over 1,000 customers down there, so kind of hit and miss with this. You get a tree to fall on a line or a limb, you have the outages, and in some areas, don't have that, so they're okay. It's kind of a storyline. By the way, we're down to 59 degrees now here in Stark. That is unbelievable how quickly that's dropped here, folks. I mean, that is remarkable. I mean, we were at, 77 there at 10:28, but I mean, long before now, we were in the 70s here, and all of a sudden we're down to 59 degrees outside here east of Stark, but they're in the 80s down toward Palatka and St. Augustine now. So, we're down to 59, so you're not going to have, at this point, you're not going to have a tornado threat here at all around Stark in that set of circumstances. The winds could still kick up some, but, that tornado threat, I know the watch, they probably need to trim it back out of, like, Swanee and Columbia at least. They might keep it for Baker because of that lightning, but it's kind of interesting to be back out in that cooler air, by the way. But as we're looking at things here, I know Bradford's not officially into the watch. It's kind of weird how everything's set up, but may have ended up verifying that we're Duval the watch, though I don't think we had a warning in play when that damage happened there toward close to the airport there in Jacksonville with that dump truck and the winds potentially getting a hold of it. So again, just continue to watch things. We're in alert mode. We'll be watching the middle of the week as well for more severe potential, in the Florida counties especially, and maybe north central Florida down toward central Florida, give or take. But, up to the north, they're going to have a big snow, story toward like Missouri and the like, and maybe an ice story toward North Carolina, and just North Virginia could be a snow story up there. So North Carolina, Virginia could have one of the worst, if the models, some of them, some crazy solutions verified, could be one of the worst winter storms in a long time for that North Carolina area. So something we're going to be watching here very carefully. But I think we're going to go back to the radar mode of this now, and if we need to pop back in, we will. We'll pop back in if it is necessary. Hopefully we won't have to, but we'll leave the stream going a little longer. So that watch technically in play here until about 1 o'clock or so. Some of the area I have this in winter mode, so bear with me. Trying to switch some things around, get it ready to go back off, with me off camera. So bear with me here. Let me just kind of get to set up our mode here as we kind of watch things here evolve. Now on this Sunday afternoon, this February 16, 2025 here, in toward the weather center, as 59 degrees. I mean, that's something. Dropping so quickly there with the temperature here east of Stark. I mean, that is just plummeting. You read about some of this stuff. It's not as dramatic as I've read about, some of the stuff in the meteorology textbooks about how quickly temperatures can drop. I mean, that is remarkable, dropping pretty much 20 degrees here in just a matter of minutes. So that's kind of the storyline here. We've seen this activity, and I have the loop up of our radar now. I wanted to kind of have this up now so we can kind of leave this running. Let me zoom in just a little bit here. I gotta make sure we set this up just right so folks can still kind of follow things. We're going to see how it was earlier on and now how it's kind of evolving now here with the overall weather scenario. So again, line's pretty disorganized. Still pretty strong winds out there, though, even if you don't have any more warnings. So we'll leave this going here at least probably about 1 without watching play, and maybe a little longer. We'll see. But if you need to kind of zoom in on stuff, and I'm not doing it, where you want to look, then go to cloudweather.com/radar for the interactive look at things. But otherwise, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. I'm going to step out of this shot now. We'll leave the radar going, and I'll be back here again if it's warranted. Otherwise, I'll be back here later on in the week, and we'll be watching midweek as well for some more, dangerous concerns. Maybe North Central Florida, Central Florida, but it's still too early to iron it out. We don't have to, forecast SBC yet on that. I know Houston, they're under risk Tuesday. So we'll get that all ironed out, and we'll have more information in the days to come here. But we'll leave the radar running. I know people watching the Word of Daytona 500. Let me move this down just a little bit since, Daytona is in Volusia County. I'll just kind of real quick here. So if you guys are wondering, let me just make sure I'm pointing the right thing, because I don't have the city names on, because I need to stay out just far enough so you can see everything. But so it's just outside of our viewing area. It would be down in here where the race will be, kind of down in there. Looking at it pretty far away, but it's down in there, just in the Volusia County where the race would be here. But probably going to get impacted here with the weather. They're probably making announcements on the broadcast about stuff here, if not now, in short order about different potential changes. So that'll do it for now. I'll move Orlando in this shot too. But that's the coverage for the time being. I'm gonna step out of this shot. Thanks so much, everybody, and we hope we don't have to pop back in. Have a good day. Stay safe. President's Day weekend, continues there. Tomorrow's Monday. It's the 17th, and then we'll be, heading toward the 18th. That Tuesday, the 19th, could be a pretty active day across the country with, winter weather to, north. They may even have, snow accident in Huntsville or something like that in that time range. But in our area, it could have some severe weather. Again, it might be more, in the Florida counties this time, maybe more toward the east. We'll see. So we'll be tracking all that for you. But for now, stay safe out there and enjoy that day, enjoy that weekend.